So we're not doing any videos tonight?
No, no video tonight. Don't worry, unless something comes up.
Yeah. Dude, I'm so disappointed in the fucking Tyranid Codex.
Oh, you're disappointed in the codex.
Yes.
Why's
You remember
that?
how I had that issue before with the indices
Yeah.
where I've got Tyranid warriors with Scything Talons and Lash Whip and Bone Sword, dual Bone Swords and Rending Claws and all those fucking options?
Yes. Yeah.
Now it's all just bioweapons.
Oh, they kept that?
They fucking kept that stupid shit.
Oh, that's so weird.
Yeah.
Doesn't make any sense.
It doesn't make any fucking sense. I fucking hate it. It's so stupid. Imagine if they did that shit to Space Marines.
They would
Where,
never.
yeah, right? Like, you know how Space Marines, they got fucking thunder hammers and chain swords
Yeah,
and lightning
yeah.
claws and
Yeah,
fucking
yeah.
all this other shit. And then they just change it all to weapon.
Yeah, that would be
That'd be
weird.
fucking great.
That'd be so fucking. I mean, like, yeah, I'd. Because if they did that, they would have to acknowledge that it's like. I mean, the weapons are. Well, they don't. They don't need to acknowledge. They know the weapons like are the thing, right? Like that's
Yeah.
what makes things unique. And makes
Yeah.
it so you can run things in different lists and different types of like armies and such.
And you can have I have 3 Ravener units that were all designed for specific things.
Yeah.
I had ones that were with no guns and rending claws, because in 9th edition you got a +1 to hit if you had no gun on a Ravener.
Oh yeah.
Then I have one that's rending claws and scything talons and a death spitter, so they are like the general purpose one. And then I have one that's all scything talons and spine fists, so they are all about getting rid of like chaff.
Yeah, yeah.
So 3 very specific units of Raveners. Now it's all just the same thing.
Yeah.
And we kept all our guns. We still have flesh borers and devourers and fucking death
Yeah.
spitters.
Well, it seems
And we
like
even
it seems like most everything that I don't know why, but like you have your close combat weapon, right, for most everything now. Which is fine if it didn't have anything beforehand.
Yeah.
But like, yeah, for warriors specifically, and like, it doesn't make any sense to me. I don't get why you would do that, because you already know, like, they're gonna have different weapons.
I'm honestly
What's the
surprised
point?
they didn't do it for Carnifexes too.
Yeah.
Because Carnifexes have all their weapons still, thank fucking God.
Okay, well that's good.
But
that
yeah,
doesn't-
dude.
Yeah.
God.
I guess they want to just. I don't know why, but they want to phase out warriors' like usefulness or something. You know?
Well, no, it's the Raveners as well.
Oh, the Raveners as well. That's weird.
It's like any typical unit that can have a lot of different weapons. They also got rid of Tyranid Prime. He's just a regular fucking unit now.
Yeah, I think we talked about that a little bit before.
Yeah, Tyranid Prime is not a commander anymore. He's just a dude in the unit.
Yeah,
That's it.
Which is strange.
It's
'cause
so
he's been around
stupid.
for so long.
Yeah, like there's now just the Winged Prime. He is an HQ, but there's no
really?
Tyranid Prime.
Just okay. Well, that unfortunately makes my decision for what I would build then, because
What
I
were
have
you-
my combat patrol box, right, and it has you can build it either as a winged Tyranid Prime or
or a warrior.
yeah, something, I think.
Yeah,
But,
duo. Honestly, I don't even know if you should.
Dude,
The
I don't
Winged
know.
Prime is really bad.
yeah, I don't know. It's one of those things that I would do it for more the aesthetic, honestly,
That's fair.
because it looks cool.
Yeah.
Um,
We still don't even have fucking Shrikes, man.
Hey, Dragger Kraken. We talking 40k update? Guess whose points got raised just because our sister faction is doing well? Oh.
Who does Kraken play?
I would assume. Are we talking about Admech? Or
Yeah,
wait, sister faction. So sister. What's the sister? Are we talking about sisters specifically? Is that no? That can't be right.
Yeah, no.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Be more specific, please. Hello, bros. Hello, Timothy. How's it going?
Hello. Yeah, I'm just. Oh.
Yeah,
like, I'm still gonna use them. I still love my Raveners.
Oh, sure.
I still like, just some stuff got removed that I really am just so confused by.
Hmm. Oh,
Like
Chaos Knights get hit every time the Imperial Knights do.
oh
Yeah.
mm-hmm.
That sucks.
At least they fixed up towering, so that's good.
Yeah. Well, that's not hard, thankfully, but
Yeah, they
um,
basically made it so that um they can see into ruins, but they can't see through them unless they're touching them.
yeah, exactly. Which that makes sense.
Yeah, so that's fine.
I'm doing good. How are you guys? Doing okay.
Doing all right.
Just lamenting 40k changes, you know.
Yeah,
That
and
would be.
dude, oh, so you know what hurts so bad? It hurts so bad. I'm not even going to use the official fucking points costs.
Hmm.
So, Tyrannifexes.
Hmm.
Tyrannifexes in the Codex are 190 points.
Yeah.
And they used to have an ability where it was just a standard thing where they reduce damage by 1 from all
Sure.
attacks to a minimum of 1.
Hmm.
Um, then it got changed, and this is how it is in the Codex currently.
Hmm.
They changed that to I can cancel 1 attack per round per
Oh, that can
like
be really good.
can be. Um, and that was considered a nerf because it's
But
1 attack that you can cancel out, and you'll still take full damage from everything else.
I guess so. But if you
Uh,
cancel out like 7 damage, then it's better than.
well, that's the thing. I think you do it before the damage is rolled.
No.
So you just
Really?
I think so.
Okay, if that's
Um,
the case, that sucks.
yeah, no, it sucks. As opposed to just a guaranteed
Yeah.
-1 from
Okay.
all stuff.
Yeah, I gotcha.
Um, um, they changed it to that, and then out of fucking nowhere, with
Mhm.
no additional changes, he got bumped up 55 points to 245 points after a
Oh,
big nerf.
but why?
No one knows.
I feel
They
like I
also
don't. I feel like they're. It's because they did so well before. You know, I feel like it's because they won, and now they're like
ugh,
they're
it's
changing.
possible.
I really do because I feel like, um, I feel
Well, I
like
mean, the
it's
thing
what they
is,
do. I don't know
they
why.
were they were just kind of okay. They were at like a
Yeah,
healthy
that
like
doesn't matter. They won.
yeah, it's true. But don't worry, they nuked Eldar from orbit.
Okay, well they needed it. Let's be fair.
They fucking changed 4 core rules.
Oh.
Not core Eldar rules, core game rules.
Oh no.
Yeah,
Wait, what did they
it's
do?
they did a lot. They changed devastating wounds. They made it so you can't alter the CP cost of a stratagem unless it's a battle tactic stratagem.
Yeah.
They did a whole bunch of stuff. It's the most recent data slate from like a few
Okay.
days
I
ago.
haven't been paying attention, to be fair.
Yeah. I wanted to look at it because I knew there was going to be Tyrannid point changes.
Yeah,
Um,
that's fair.
and a fucking course, they print the codex, and then before it's even shipped, they change it because my codex has Tyrannifexes at 190, which is
Right.
how I'm going to be using them.
Yeah.
The other one that got absolutely shit on was Harpies.
Oh, really?
There's an issue with Tyrannids currently with spore mines. With Harpies and Biovores, you can seed spore mines and you can just shoot and you can put them wherever you want within 48 inches of a Biovore or just wherever your Harpy flies.
Huh?
Um, the issue is that spore
Yeah.
mines count as units for engage on all fronts,
Yeah.
and they can perform actions. So they are
Wait, they can?
Tyrannids are the kings of secondaries because of that.
Yeah.
So instead of making it so spore mines don't count for secondary objectives unless you pay for the unit or they can't perform objectives, they just nuke the Harpy and the Biovore. Well, actually, not really even the Biovore.
Okay.
The Harpy's 160 points in the Codex. It's 215 now. And I'm like, dude, it's not even worth taking. That's more expensive than the Hive Crone,
Dude, I
and the Hive
swear.
Crone's worse.
Well, I feel like, again, like I said, like with Admech, they nuked them with giving them higher points because they were doing too good. And then they also fucking,
Yeah.
changed
It's
their tactics so that they don't work as well anymore, and now
yeah.
they're doing the same thing to NIDS. It's
So
like,
you know
I don't
how
know.
the whole thing where I was like, "Oh man, I'm gonna make the CP reroll cost 2 CP with the
Yeah,
Swarmlord." Can't do that anymore.
damn. What? Wait,
Bec-
that was good. What the fuck?
it was good. It sure fucking was, but it's not a it has to be a battle tactic stratagem specifically
Battle
because of
tactic
what the
strategy.
fucking Eldar were doing.
Oh, okay.
Because they have things that
Uh,
make it so they can do stratagems for free on units.
oh, yeah. Well, so did everyone, but like they just needed to nerf. Anyway, hi
They just
Aiden.
needed to nerf Eldar, but no, they
No,
nerfed
everybody
everybody
gets to
else.
suffer. Yeah.
So,
Yep.
Hi.
so I'm not gonna be here forever, but I just wanted to. So I'm playing Armored Core 6 right
Are
now.
you're using a different mic at the moment? It seems.
Oh, hold on.
Yeah. Let's see. Oh, probably no AdMech change till Codex comes out. That's fair.
Yeah, probably not.
Alejo,
But at least
how do
that
you?
one's coming soon.
Yeah.
It's like the Christmas, I think they
Mm.
said.
Alejo, how do you feel about the reanimation nerf on Necrons? It'll make people upset, or no, sorry, it'll make less people upset. Which I don't want to hear people being upset about reanimation protocols. That's about it. I don't care.
I don't
It's
even remember what the change was.
it's now you get one unit back with one wound remaining if it doesn't have starting strength. Like instead of you roll how many wounds you get
You
back.
get a single model
Alright.
back.
Yes,
All
with
right,
one.
how am I now?
Wow.
You're way, much better. Hello.
Yeah.
Okay, hello. So, I'm playing Armored Core 6 right now.
Yeah.
And the I'm now that I'm like 3/4 of the way through the game, I'm just now starting to get into like customizing my paint, like and nitpicking its colors and looking at details and detail placement
Sure.
and dressing up my doll to make it look all pretty.
Yeah.
And so there is like to design, and I have somewhere I'm going with this.
Mhm.
To design your decals, it gives you like 5 pages of like random shapes, images attached for your convenience.
Yep.
And 128 layers that allow you to do some kind of bonkers shit.
Yeah. Makes sense.
Now, there is a website called AC Companion that allows you to like copy the download codes of like decals other people have made.
And
Yeah.
somebody's already made a Dio, haven't they?
Oh, I'm sure they have. There's no way they haven't. But what they did make was
The purity seal for
seal.
AdMech.
Okay.
That's cool.
Now that's better than I
Like-
was expecting.
Hold
Yeah, that's a lot better than I was expecting too. That's like really good.
Yeah,
Don't
that's
worry,
good
everybody.
shit.
I'll let you see this one because that's fucking sick.
Yeah, that's really good.
If you guys
There you
need,
go.
I can.
Look at that. That's
Yeah.
sick. That's cool.
And then
Shit.
And then also, I specifically chose to keep the copy ID in there so that if any of our listeners play AC6 and they also want the Purity Seal on their mech, then they can pause the stream when you showed the thing, and yeah.
Yeah. Oh, that's super cool.
Yeah.
Nice. That is cool. Yeah. Also,
You ought to check and
Timothy
see if
says
somebody's
hi.
made a Dio. The whole Kono Dio DOS scene. Because I know that there was a similar thing in Phantasy Star Online 2.
Oh yeah.
And you could make that as like a shout out where in chat you like throw a picture up there and it was the Dio.
It was this deal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Actually, there's not.
Wow,
Well,
that's surprising.
But what there is the Monster Hunter Brachitios emblem.
Oh, that's cool.
Nice.
And it's like really good.
Nut damn.
That actually is very, very good.
Oh, raging. Nice.
Yeah, let me.
Good shit.
Look at that for the people. Why not? Look at this. Look at this cool little thing. Where is it? Look at this cool little thing. Whoa. Yeah, man, that's sick. I what was I gonna say? Oh yeah, so as was being said before with the reanimation protocols, I it's fine. Like I don't care too much. I think that it sucks a little bit because like before you would, be able to get more models and stuff, and that was cool. Like it's how it's worked, and
Yeah.
I'm used to that. But if people are so upset that 3 warriors come back, oh no. To be fair, they already nerfed it so that it doesn't happen after every thing of damage, which is good enough, I think. But now it's that, so
There is the Killer Queen logo though.
Ooh.
Hold
I don't
on.
even remember what that one looked like.
Also,
I had a cool line I was going to say.
Here's that just because I found that funny.
Sure.
But look at that.
Oh, nice. That's good shit.
The Arasaka logo.
Oh, nice.
And it even says, like, in text, Arasaka.
Nice.
Cool.
Yeah, it was a cool line I was going to say when it came in, but I forgot it. Should have written it down. Okay, Lex, no worries. Watched this 6-hour video about Game of Thrones, and I can confirm Romance of Three Kingdoms is better for me. Cool.
You know what else is really funny to me?
What?
So we got some really good models out of the new 10th edition and shit, like Neurolictor, Neurotyrant, the Norn Assimilator, and Emissary.
Cool
I looked at their stats and mwah. Good shit. I wish they were a tiny bit bigger, like actual knight sized, or at least kind of slightly smaller knight sized, but they're fine. But so we lost all those melee weapons and all those options. Also, speaking of options we lost, we can't have adrenaline sacks or toxin sacks anymore. Those don't exist.
Yeah.
Fuck you, High Fleet Gorgon, where your entire deal was poison.
Yeah, I know. I feel like that was another thing that, like, the specializations of each, like, dynasty or, whatever the faction sub-faction was, that's been being phased. That seemed like it was going to be phased out.
That sucks.
Yeah, I mean, it sucks, but at the same time, like, I get it a little bit.
I don't.
Well, so what I get is wanting to have everything work pretty much the same, like, in terms of armies. I get that. But then I also go, but you had each sub-faction basically had their thing that did the same thing as another sub-faction. Like, all of them had that, right? And now it's like, okay, well, so those of us who were making things, like, to make it mechanically part of that faction because that's the color scheme we wanted to do or whatever, or we made our own with the create your own sub-faction rules, right? And you painted it whatever, and you wanted it to be that, and it had that little bit of mechanical flavoring that was in there because of that. It just took that entirely away. So I'm not saying that I'm for it. I'm just saying I understand why they did it, but I also am like, you shouldn't have though. I don't know why you did that though.
Essentially, what we're getting is we're losing the the lore friendly factions and stuff, and we're getting more detachments.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure how I feel about that because the detachments are good.
Yeah.
But man, that sucks.
Yeah, I don't know.
Like, I can't do High Fleet Jormungand anymore. It's just not a thing.
Right, yeah, it is Tyranids.
Yeah.
That's all it is.
It's just Nids.
Yeah.
So, I am very specifically not including the download links because I will not promote degeneracy.
Okay.
But, like, just look at the talent here of, like, these people, like, putting in effort with...
Yeah.
Good God.
Yeah, no, it's incredible because all they're working with is shapes.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah. Someone made the Kojima logo.
Nice. These are Armored Core things, everyone. I'm showing anime girls. Oh my god.
Are those all VTubers or are they just anime girls?
Those ones look just like anime girls.
I don't fucking know.
Okay.
The one on the bottom right, I had... Oh, wait, sorry, ignore that. This. The one on the bottom right with like the numbering had VTuber in the title, so
Yeah, so that
I
one probably is.
Yo.
Yeah, that's sick. That looks great. Fucking
But
101 things out of 128, basically.
yeah.
Wow, that's
The fucking
man.
the thing that gets me is we lost all those options. I remember
Yeah.
I went on tangent because
No,
of
you're
the
good.
fucking toxin sacks and adrenal sacks and shit. But we did gain something,
Hmm.
and it's not a model.
Right.
Guess what? I'm sure everybody is gonna be fucking excited for this. Termagant's got some old guns back.
Oh, yeah.
So normally Termagants are flesh borers, Termagant devourers, or spine fists. We got 3 new guns, and you can only have one of these guns per 10 models.
Yeah. Oh, what? Oh, okay.
Yeah, so we got the Shard Launcher, which is a heavy blast, D3
Oh,
attacks,
okay.
no AP, damage 1,
Mhm.
same ballistic skill as everything else,
Right.
4. Um,
It's your
we
grenade
got
launcher.
yeah, it's a little shitty little grenade
So you
launcher.
get a heavy weapon unit in with it. So it's the okay. I'm sorry. Keep going. I'll make my complaint.
Oh no,
in a
you're
second.
good. We got the spike rifle, which I do dig the spike rifle.
Sure.
It's really cool. It is a single shot. It has the longest range, and it is ballistic skill 4, strength 4, AP -1, damage 1. So
Mhm.
it is the only Tyrannid gun or a Termagant gun that has any AP.
Right. Right.
And a slightly better range.
So you're sniping.
And then we've got this one. This one's actually pretty good. It's the Strangle Web gun.
Mhm.
It's Assault, Devastating Wounds, and Torrent.
Jesus.
And it's D6 shots.
Jesus.
Strength 2. So you really gotta
okay.
bank on those 6s.
So it's super
but-
chaff.
Yeah. So in exchange for losing all the shit for warriors and all the shit for carnifexes and raveners, we got those. So there's that, I guess. Yo!
Oh, nice. Look at these.
Carnifexes can't have enhanced senses or tusks anymore.
Right.
So you can't make a really, like, a good gun Carnifex anymore.
Yeah. No, they're only melee now, idiot.
They're only melee now, even though they still have the ability to go nothing but guns. The only way to have them be decent with guns is to pair them up with Old One Eye, which, honestly, I'm going to do that anyway.
Sure.
Because I've got a unique Old One Eye that's going to be coming. It's an Ultralisk.
Oh, cool.
Yeah. But yeah, goddamn.
So, okay. So, now this is rearing its head of like what I was talking about, how everything needs to play the same. Because now they're super making everything play the same, where you have your squads of your troops in Termagants. Like, why would they? They don't.
Why would they only
like,
have one of those guns?
They don't act like that.
Yeah, no, they don't.
That's not the thing that they do.
That's not what they do.
Like they're making it so that they have like a battle line of some sort, right? Like like you get one heavy weapon Termagant. It's like
we've got a grenade launcher Termagant. We've got a sniper Termagant.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm sorry.
That's exactly. I'm like, okay, so why are we making them like any other patrol? I don't get that.
This is something I would
I get
expect.
it from the design, but like
this is something I would expect and actually fully be fine with seeing like Tower Eldar. That'd be fucking cool.
Sure.
Because
I mean,
you got their gun squads and now they got new guns.
They are but like
the Tyranids, no. This is dumb.
Yeah, that doesn't make sense because they're made for specific purposes usually, and like Termagants are made to be that traff unit to go out and just be a nuisance, right? And then you have your specialized things that are behind them that then go out and they would snipe or do the big heavy weapon and all that kind of stuff, right?
That is something that warriors would do because they can have the Stranglethorn cannon or the Venom cannon.
Yes. So instead of having it on the warriors, who could actually maybe survive a hit or two,
you put them on the fucking shit ass.
You put them on the chaff.
Now, okay,
Which
lore, it doesn't make any sense.
That's what I mean.
Mechanically, it does, because if you
Yes.
throw out a unit of 20 termagants, you're presumably not going to do 20 wounds in a single salvo. So you might be able to shoot back with some of these special weapons, but they're barely any stronger than anything else.
Sure.
The only thing they gain is just some additional shit.
Yeah.
Devourers aren't even assault anymore. What the fuck? I guess that's what they get for having 2 shots.
That's it's just, again, usually, at least before, the lore blending with how the game worked better, I felt. And now it's like, well, okay.
Oh,
let's
you
just
want to
make
know
it all
something
work.
else? This is funny. And also, so the shard launcher, we already have barb gaunts for that now. Moving on.
Right. Yeah. Oh, yeah. True.
So yeah, barb gaunts right there. They got the barb launcher, which is totally different than the shard launcher. I'm serious.
Whatever.
And that's significantly better. It's actually like the same damage, but they've got more range and more attacks.
Yeah.
Yo, that's funny.
Of course, somebody did.
So the Hive Guard. This is what they did to Hive Guard. This is what, well, technically they did to everybody, but dear God. Okay, so in the Codex, Hive Guard, defensive stance. Each time you target this unit with the Fire Overwatch stratagem, while resolving that stratagem, hits are scored on an unmodified roll of 5-up or an unmodified roll of 4-up instead if this unit is within range of an objective marker that you control.
Right.
So normally they hit Overwatches on 5s. When they're on an objective, they hit on 4s. And that was really, really good with the Impaler Cannon.
Right.
They made it so you can't fire Overwatch at all with indirect fire guns.
I mean, to be fair.
No, I'm not saying, that's fine.
Good. Yeah.
But that's kind of their entire purpose now.
Well, so
was to park their fat asses on a thing. They have shit objective control, by the way. They got one. Objective control.
I would imagine, yeah. And it also
doesn't make any sense though.
Well, I guess it's just because people will just park them, right? That's to make it so that it's not always safe to just park them.
Oh sure, but I mean, they get the bonus for being on
that's
the
the
objective.
other thing.
That's the thing. Because
I would imagine,
now you're actually incentivized to put them on an objective and do that.
Yeah, why not give them like a pistol at least, Like that would be fine. Just give them a little tiny pistol and then go boo.
What they should have done was they should have given the Impaler Cannon a minimum range. That's what they should have done. So that way, it's like, oh man, these Hive Guard are giving me some problems. I need to get in there quickly.
Yeah, but that doesn't take away from them not being able to do Overwatch at all.
Well, I mean, no, what I'm saying is if they didn't remove the ability to do Overwatch. That way they have the whole, and because the Impaler Cannon's way weaker now. It used to be the AP2 damage D3. Now it's AP -1 and damage 4.
Right.
It's only strength 5. So it got nerfed into the dirt. You're good.
Okay.
Hive Guard, at the moment, Hive Guard, Tyrannifexes, and Harpies are the shittest units in the whole army. Flat out.
Weird.
Yeah. It's because of how oppressive they were before. You know that.
Well, that's the thing, right? They overcompensate a lot of the time, GW, so I don't know, man. It's weird. I don't know.
The Impaler Cannon does have heavy, so they would be at a +1 when they're just standing there. So there is that. Yeah. So that makes it worse. And I mean, essentially what they did was they basically made the Shock Cannon the new Impaler Cannon.
Mm-hmm.
Because you only get 2 shots, 24 range, ballistic skill 3 at base. So if you're standing still, oh wait, no, it's not heavy. Never mind. 3 base, strength 7, AP -1, damage 3, anti-vehicle 2. So rolling a 2 on the wound is 3 mortals. Just boop.
Jeez.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sure.
My rippers are okay now.
Reanimation is not a battle strat, so you don't get free ones. No, it's an army rule, so
yeah,
you get the free one when it's command phase. That's it.
If I remember correctly, you can still use it pretty effectively if you have either a Canoptic Reanimator or a regular Lord. With
the reanimation or resurrection
Yeah.
orb.
Mhm.
Potentially, I don't remember, but
Yeah, that's
that
what I
makes
was
sense.
hearing.
That makes
so,
sense.
yeah.
This correct opinion for the romance. That's fair. I want you to refresh my memory of Game of Thrones because I saw it a long time ago. Fair enough. CP is a battle tech strat. CP retool, that is. CP retool?
CP retool or
I don't
CP
know.
reroll?
No, tool specifically, I would assume. I assume
Oh.
there's the retooling of CP. I don't know.
Oh, yeah, I don't know.
What I'm hearing is that people are upset that something in 40k was too OP. Oh, that's all the time.
Oh yeah, no, that's all the time. That's with
Yeah.
every army. Every army has something OP.
Not
Something.
anymore.
Yeah, it's true.
Well,
I mean,
anime
honestly,
girls.
well, I mean, I was gonna say that the Norn Assimilator and the Norn Emissary are pretty OP, but you do have to pay the price. Let's see how much they are.
Yeah.
How much they are. They are Norn.
To be fair, though, I never got into Magic the Gathering because a friend of mine always abused the Slither deck. Fair enough.
Assimilator is 305 points, and the Emissary is 285.
Yeah, okay, that makes sense.
So that's completely fine.
Oh, autocorrect hit me. It was CP reroll as Battletech strat.
Yeah.
Okay. VTubers OP, trust me. True.
Yep.
On the side of anime, I'm watching Lupin the Third, Part 4. It's great. I hear good things about Lupin.
Yeah. That's another one that's been going on for an extremely long time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
When is the TableTalk anime coming? Great question.
Yeah.
The 1 or 2 special guns thing is an AdMech thing, so trying to make NIDs into AdMech now. Well, it's also a guardsman thing. They have, one can carry a heavy weapon and all that. The same thing with
Space Marines, right?
Some Space Marines. Like, to be fair though, they've changed how Space Marines work, so I don't know.
Yeah. I seem to remember that Space Marines always had a thing where it's like, oh man, one person in this squad of whatever can bring like a heavy bolter or a heavy flamer, something like that.
Yeah, something.
The problem is, Space Marines are so solid on their own, it almost feels like they don't really need it in the random units, and they just have like a dedicated unit that is.
Well, that's the thing.
Team.
I have a combat patrol box for Marines, right? Because I felt like getting it because they're cool. And
oh my God,
what the fuck are they?
What the fuck? That's so bad.
Let's look at this. So, the Infiltrator squad is the one that's like, it's just its regular bolters and they go forward, and all that. Your Eliminator squad is your set of like 3 snipers. Your Suppressor squad is like they have fucking they're like
heavy bolters?
fucking heavy, somethings that and they have a bunch of movement because of their jump packs and stuff. Like, they're specialized, right? And then you have your now your assault intercessors or whatever the fuck they are for your regular, squad of guys. And they only have like bolters and a chainsword. Like, that's it.
And they have to share the chainsword.
I actually, one of the sergeant for that intercessor squad, I've shown it off. I've taken pictures of it. I didn't accidentally, but I made him with 2 chainswords because one is on his hip because I hate the model. I hate the model when it has no helmet on a lot of the time.
Fair.
Because I'm like, dude, just put your fucking helmet on, all right? Like, it's a a battlefield. Like, what the fuck are we doing? Like, I get that you're almost as effective, but dude, if you get shot in the head, it's still getting shot in the head without that armor
you don't
there.
have a second brain. There's not enough space for that one.
Come on, Space Marine, grow a second brain.
I know you got multiple hearts, but come on.
Exactly. So because of that, instead of the helmet being on his hip, which I could have just put him having 2 helmets like a weirdo, but instead of that,
yeah, dude.
instead of that, I put his chainsword on his hip. So it's like,
Well, see,
yeah.
goddamn, you know what you need to do.
Uh,
You have orcs, correct?
I do.
Like you actually,
Yeah.
Isn't there an orc model that comes with a grot who is like holding something up above his head?
Probably.
Because you should totally have like a space marine captain or
Yeah.
like a chaplain or whatever with a grot that's just like holding an opened like Codex Astartes above his head. So it's kind of like a cherub from one of the
the sisters.
sororitas.
Yeah.
Okay, so here's the other thing: the Tyranid warriors with bioweapons and Tyranid warriors with ranged weapons.
Right.
So, so both of them have Tyranid warrior claws and talons. Both of them have that. On the ranged one, they can have the guns, and that includes death spitters, devourers, spine fists, barbed stranglers, and venom cannons.
Right.
Death spitters are really what you want to go for because they've got a decent amount of shots with some AP and the best range. And then the venom cannon and barbed strangler are both blast, but they're for different shit.
Right.
Venom cannon being for heavier shit. Venom cannon or barbed strangler being for chaff. So the ones with melee weapons cannot have any guns, obviously.
Right.
So here is the difference between the two. The Tyranid warriors with ranged bioweapons can have the guns.
Right.
And they get the weapon, which is attacks 5, weapon skill 3, strength 5, AP 1, damage 1.
Right.
The ones that are dedicated melee with no guns get the same weapon with attacks 6, weapon strength 3, strength 5, AP -2, damage 1.
Wait, they're only strength 3?
Yes, they're only weapon strength 3.
Wait, really?
Yep. So basically, and this is the kicker. The warriors with melee bioweapons are 95 points for 3.
Yeah.
The one with ranged is 70. 6 of the melees is 190. 6 of the warriors with ranged is 140. 50 points less, and you get a gun.
You would think it'd be the opposite, because
Yeah.
it's better. Like, that's
So,
weird. Okay.
You get 2 benefits for having
attack.
just melee weapons.
Yeah.
You get a single additional attack
Which
per
can
model.
be very good, but with strength 3 weapons, it's not.
Yeah.
Minus-
strength 5. They're both strength 5
okay,
weapons.
okay, that's...
It's weapon strength, so, like, you
Gotcha.
hit on 3s.
Yes, okay, sorry.
No, you're good. So, you get an additional attack and 1 more AP. Not even any more damage
No
or
damage up, yeah.
or no higher weapon skill. You would think it would be like weapon skill 2. If you're dedicating to pure melee.
2 is usually reserved for, like, characters and better things like that.
Yeah,
so
it's true.
So 3
now,
makes sense to me, at least.
The other, or at least make it so that, like, the ones with the ranged, make them a 4 or something. These need to be better in some way.
Yeah, if they're gonna cost more, they should be better.
Now,
technically, you get 1 more attack, but that's not enough for it, I don't think.
Yeah. Now, both of these guys have, like, a little ability to them. So, the ones with melee weapons are, at the start of the fight phase, I can select one of the following. I can re-roll 1s, which is very good.
Yeah.
Or, until the end of the phase, each time a saving throw, I can re-roll a saving throw of 1. So I can either re-roll wounds of 1, or hits of 1, or re-roll saving throw of
saves.
1.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now, that is a little bit better than it sounds because their melee weapons with the melee warriors specifically are all twin linked. So that's how. Yeah. So you get to re-roll 1s and you get to re-roll all wounds.
Yes.
So, But
that's
would you
very
like
good.
to know the ranged warrior?
Mm.
This unit is eligible to shoot and charge when it falls back.
Oh, that's, like, really good.
It's incredible.
What the fuck? Wait. What's their attacks? Like, what do they wait, no, they have attacks, they just
also have a gun.
oh, okay, so
They
they just
lose-
are better. What the fuck?
They lose out on a single AP on their melee weapon and a single attack. That's it.
Okay. Yeah, no, that's just straight up better, and yet they cost less. That's stupid.
Yeah. The melee warriors are trash.
Or actual trash, yeah.
They
Okay.
are actual trash.
Without
you are
different
unless
weapons.
you're making an army like specifically no shooting.
Right.
Which is stupid.
Without weapon profiles, like, that
Yeah.
makes it so that they are just trash. That's great.
Yeah.
That's really cool.
Yeah, because the thing is, I made them
Those
when
are
I was
cool, Aiden.
yes, I made them when I was still very new to Warhammer, and
Right.
when we were still new to Warhammer,
Yeah,
I didn't
yeah.
understand how attacks worked. So I made my Tyranid Prime with double bone swords
Right.
and or quad bone swords, I should say. And my other warriors that I have are talons and claws and lash whip bone sword, all three of them.
Right.
So I have nothing but melee warriors.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm just gonna say that they have guns.
I mean, yeah, that's fine. Like, why wouldn't you, you know?
Yeah, but the thing is, back then, if you had dual
good.
bone swords, you got 2 extra attacks, and
Yeah,
they did 2
exactly.
damage.
Yeah. They were actually
And
useful.
and the rending claws, if you rolled a 6, you auto wounded. And with the
Yep.
lash whip and bone sword, you fight on death.
Yep.
But now you have literally nothing. You have no weapon abilities on them.
Yep.
It's the same thing with Raveners. It was the exact same shit with Raveners.
Yep.
The only thing we kept with Raveners was the different gun profiles.
Right.
Oh wait, no, we didn't. I forgot about that. We lost all the Ravener weapons, like the
Oh.
guns.
Okay.
They used to have thoracic spine fists.
Mm.
It's all thoracic.
Right.
They had spine fists, devourers, and death spitters.
Okay.
And
so,
now we
like,
just have
guns.
thoracic bioweapon. That's it.
Yeah. Yeah, man.
Raveners were my favorite unit, and they're garbage now. Not
Yep.
garbage, but they're so much worse.
Yep.
I'm so mad.
Let's see.
It had to have been super easy to do, but it looked super clean. Someone made the Wayland Yutani logo.
Nice.
Nice.
Oh, fuck
Good
yeah.
shit.
Oh, towering units also can't Overwatch now.
Yes, you can't. No, not towering. Titanic, specifically Titanic,
Ah.
which is most things, but yeah. And honestly, I'm okay with that.
Well, Titanic was more the knights, really, because like Titanic was usually the biggest thing that you ever could get.
Yeah, they were huge. Like so, Bio Titans, Stompas,
Yeah.
Big Knights.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
So it's not specifically towering.
I figured, yeah.
And honestly, I'm kind of okay with that because
They could already wipe you off the board if.
yeah, they don't really need the ability to shoot more.
Yeah.
Because it was like I saw a 40K in 40 minutes where they had orcs versus something. I don't remember what it was. I think it might have been Space Marines because it's always fucking Space Marines. And it was James Initiative Jones, I think it was. You know,
Yeah,
the
he's
guy who
usually-
always screams "wah."
Yeah, he's usually the orc guy.
Yeah, he brought his Stompa and he was able to Overwatch with it. And dear God, units fucking melted, my guy.
Yeah, exactly.
Because it's not like a unit of Tau with a flamethrower.
No.
It's every gun on a
Yes.
Stompa.
Exactly, and you're
You're
hitting
gonna
on
fuck
sixes,
die.
and they have like 40 shots apiece, and so you're gonna hit a 6 at least.
Yeah.
I don't know what anyone is saying. I'm just happy to be here. That's fair. Don't worry. We're
Yeah,
almost
sorry.
done with talking about
Yeah,
this.
we're in the fourth level of nerddom right now. Sorry.
Yeah. Or was it Titanic units? One of the two. There you go. Titanic. Yeah.
Yeah.
Happy to be here too. Fair enough. The VTuber Iron Mouse has great lore. Haven't looked into Iron Mouse's lore. I know of Iron Mouse though.
Yeah. I'm saying.
I made it this time for the story time of Warhamster 33 and a half. Hey,
Yo.
Mog. Welcome.
Yeah. Sorry. I'm just ranting because I have my Tyranid Codex now, and I'm just. There were a bunch of things that should have been changed from the indexes, and
Yeah.
they are still here in the Codex.
Yeah. There are many reasons why Mortal Kombat Annihilation is a terrible movie, but Shao Kahn taking his mask off was one of them. Oh yeah, there you go. Hey.
Oh, that's good.
That's the
Good
thing
shit.
that's like everywhere. That's the
Yeah,
royalty
that's the
free
kind of
one that you can get anywhere.
Yeah, that's the kind of inaccurate Cthulhu logo.
Yep. I had it on a glass, and then that glass broke, and I was
Good.
very sad. No,
Oh.
it's a cool design.
Well, see, the thing is, if I were to do that, I would want the Elder sign, because I
Sure.
don't want to be drinking Elder fucking water that the Elder gods are able to be like.
No, that's
poison
okay
that
with
water.
me. I'm okay with going insane. It's cool.
Oh, okay.
I'm good with bringing him about it.
Why I have it on my wrist, so that way if I die,
yeah.
my wrist will be left.
There you
and then
go.
you'll know
that
it
one
was like,
stretch.
Oh, shit.
That one's patch will be there and be like, oh.
Yep. It's like, oh shit. Well, they're real.
Shao Kahn with no mask. What the fuck? I haven't watched Annihilation. I've watched Mortal Kombat, and Mortal Kombat's a classic bad. Man,
Yes,
it's
that
fucking
is a
hilarious.
good bad movie.
It's fucking hilarious.
Annihilation is not a good bad video.
Yeah,
movie.
that's the thing I hear. I don't know whether they were just super proud to have Brian Thompson in their movie, or Brian Thompson just had to get his face on screen, but either way, Brian Thompson isn't Shao Kahn. I don't know who Brian Thompson is. Give me a moment.
Well, apparently he's not Shao Kahn.
To be fair, you gotta be a fucking monster to be Shao Kahn.
Yeah.
So... You don't have, like, a
gotta be like
wrestler?
fucking Lou Ferrigno in a lot of makeup.
Yeah, I was gonna say a wrestler or something.
Yeah.
Oh, Brian Thompson. Oh, this guy? I mean, when he was younger, maybe, but he doesn't... I don't know.
Annihilation came out in 98, I want to say. Something
Okay.
around that time.
Even then, I guess he's not as built in the face as I think he should be.
Yeah.
Isn't the point of Warhammer is cool to have minis... it's to have cool minis that are not painted only 99-cent Walmart primer? Yes. Obviously. Yes. I haven't kept up with Mortal Kombat at all. Kind of surprised it's still made. We're on Mortal Kombat 1. We've looped around. We've done the thing.
Yeah, man. Yeah,
Fuck
and
me.
like the new ones are fucking good.
I mean,
too.
they're good, but like, fuck me, Mortal Kombat 1. Stop it.
Yeah. John Combat.
Mortal John. I did not even know Shao Kahn was played by Brian Thompson. Yeah, it's still pretty
John
popular, though it
finish
keeps
him.
getting rebooted. Excuse me. What we need is another live action of Street Fighter. It needs to be just as campy as the first. That'd be hilarious. Street Fighter 1
yeah, dude.
sucks, but man, it has what was it? Oh, electromagnetism. It runs trains from somewhere to Osaka. Oh,
That's
man.
right.
From Tokyo to Osaka or something like that. Yeah.
God damn
so
it.
funny.
Yeah, the one that I always
So
remember
funny.
is the cartoon one where he's talking
Yeah.
to Chun-Li and he's like,
Yeah.
I killed my dad too. You don't hear me complaining about it.
Yes.
Yeah, that. Goddamn.
Yeah.
So good.
Uh,
There's not enough legitimately campy shit out anymore. It just doesn't happen.
it's because, I mean, you know.
Audiences want dark shit. And that's it, according
Well,
to Disney and
that's the
charts.
Well, and also, I don't know. Some the things that are being made that are trying to be campy aren't going to be campy because they're trying, right?
Yeah.
You got to have that passion and then just have it suck, unfortunately, at the end. But
Yeah.
it's fun, you know.
Yeah.
And
people don't know how to make fun suck. They only know how to make pain
they just
suck.
need to, like I said, they need to be passionate, right? They need it.
Yeah.
They need to believe in their project, finish the project, and then afterwards, when you watch it, you go, "Oh no!"
Yeah.
It's the best part. I love those movies.
Well, okay, you know what? The ones who get that are like indie filmmakers, like who we were talking
Yeah.
about before, Neil Breen.
Neil Breen,
he gets
exactly.
that.
Yeah. Well, so
And-
he doesn't get it. He thinks that he's making high art. Let's be fair. He is
Yeah, it's true.
completely ingrained in his mind that he is a like legitimate Hollywood level filmmaker, and I don't ever want him to change because he does that shit earnestly. It's amazing.
That's the thing. So
Yeah,
he thinks he's
it's the
doing
earnest.
it. He has the passion. It's
Yes.
misguided, but it's there.
Yes, exactly. And I love it. I need it.
Yes.
Please give me more of it. You know.
Yes.
While I never played Warhammer, I didn't like the Silvers, aka Tyranid and Sisters of Battle. The Silvers?
Oh, you don't like the Sisters of Battle? Yo, they're cool though.
Yeah, Sisters of Battle are sick.
I've been watching the Poor Hammer podcast, and that's been good shit.
Oh yeah. I've not.
I did that
looked
while I was
into it.
painting.
Nice. You just keep the mask on to be Shao Kahn. That's true. But remember, Hollywood is about showing off your face. That's why everybody in everything now takes off their helmet and keeps it off, like most of the time.
Just like
even
John
in...
Master Chief.
Yes, just like John Master Chief. Oh god,
John Chief.
John. And they keep it off even in life or death situations because we need to see the actor's face. We paid for the actor. We need to see their face.
Yeah, it's just like Space Marines.
And the and the only reason why Mando in Mandalorian doesn't take his helmet off is because of his stupid fucking code, and also because Pedro Pascal doesn't even like go to set anymore. Like he's not there in the suit. Because let's be fair, he kind of realized that shit was not like doing anything for him, and then he did The Last of Us, and he's like, man, this is like acting.
Yeah, this is good.
This is like an
like
acting
this.
gig. That's crazy.
I'm doing my job. This is fucking weird.
Yeah, and like basically they just get him to say his lines for Mando, and he just goes, "All right, I'm gonna go now." It's great. It's funny.
Pedro Pascal was the guy from the movie from Burden of Impossible Talent, right?
Burden of Impossible Talent. I don't know that.
Or
let me look it up.
Basically, it's a movie where a guy invites Nick Cage to a party, and Nick Cage is playing Nick Cage.
Oh, really?
And it's that meme. Hang on.
The Unbearable Weight of Massive Talent.
That's it. Yes.
Okay. Yes, he's in that, apparently.
Okay, yeah, no, he's in the car meme. Let me see here. Impossible Talent, was it? Massive Talent.
Massive, yeah. Plays
it's really funny.
Gutierrez.
There it is. So it's two guys looking at each other in a car.
Yeah.
It's such a good meme. Hang on, let me see if I can find one for you.
Yeah. Well, this is the thing. Pedro Pascal is like a good actor. He's like really good in like a lot of things. It's just, yeah,
there it is.
He kind of realized again, Mando.
Yeah.
If he doesn't have to try, and they don't really care if he does or not, he just has to say, "This is the way," and then keep going. He can just coast on that, and it's fine. It's like $100 million. And then he gets to go make other things. I gotta skip ahead of this. Draco Kraken says, can we give props to the guy who played Judge Dredd in Dredd for keeping his helmet on the whole time? Yes. Carl Urban didn't take his helmet off.
That was Carl Urban?
That was Carl Urban, dude.
How do you know? You never saw his face.
That's right. I'm sorry. Oh, my God. Carl Urban played Dredd in the movie Dredd 2012. I have that movie. It is one of my favorite action movies because it just... it is so good with every aspect that it does, honestly.
That's good. I had heard kind of mixed things about it, but maybe I was hearing, maybe it was either Dredd. Oh, right. No, it was RoboCop that I was thinking of. Never mind.
Oh, the newer one? Gotcha.
There's like one good scene in the new RoboCop.
Sure. Like,
everything else is just meh.
I don't know. But Dredd, man, I need to get it on 4K because I want to see it in its pristine 4K quality. And like, it's just, it's so fucking good.
So if you play the video there and you just mute it because there's just dialogue from Lessons in Meme Culture, you can see the meme.
Sure.
It's literally just Nick Cage turning his head, looking serious, and Pedro Pascal just smiling like an idiot.
Okay.
And so you have a subtitle under Nick Cage where it's like something serious, and then Pedro Pascal, me not caring, or something like that.
Okay, I see this. Yeah. Okay.
It's a very solid meme.
Oh, I like that. Yeah.
Yeah. No,
looking at each other and all that shit. That's pretty good.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let's see. Some other stuff. Though he is pretty tall too. Oh, Shao Kahn. Yeah. He needs to be built, and he needs to be a giant of a man. It's just how it is. And start talking about Mortal Kombat, and Steam wants me to buy Mortal Kombat 1 now. Oh, it always does. It's on the front
that's
page
so
and shit.
fucking weird. I don't know. Like,
I didn't even know it was a
understand how
thing.
it happens. You didn't know that was a thing?
Until I looked at Steam one day, I looked at the store and saw that it existed. I was like, oh, that's Mortal Kombat 1. When did that come out?
Oh, I thought you meant the whole, you're talking about something, you're not even searching for it.
Oh, that's just coincidental. That's just a thing.
Oh,
yeah.
well, I don't know about
a lot
that.
of the time it is. John Cage. Yes. Instead of Johnny. Yeah. Just as bad as Big Bro Google. Wow. E Honda rules. True. I did like those Warhammer units. Mistyped.
Okay.
You're
Okay.
good.
Okay.
You're good. And also, I meant silvers. PC is updating, so using my cell with fat fingers. You're good. Then you make a Garibay director for Ultimate Camp. Oh God. I don't know. I think it would get way too. I just saw the cup noodles. Yo.
Yeah, right?
That's awesome.
Oh shit! Nice. I didn't see that.
Hey.
I was watching the video.
Yeah. No, you're good. Hold on, everybody. You can put a cup noodles on your armored core.
God fucking damn.
Look at that.
That
That's
one
great.
was really good.
Let's see. Lux, the world isn't ready for that. I don't even think we are. No, it would be way worse than you'd ever hope for Garibay to be the director. Oh boy, the scary shit Garibay would be pure nightmares. Yeah, exactly. It would
There it is.
It'd get real bad. But yeah, so yeah, Dread is something that everybody should at least watch at one point, just because again, it's a really good, like, the classic character being given his due. Yeah, I saw that one. The classic character being given his due, as well as introducing a new character that has like a story that you can now follow along. Like, it is class in the way that it does it, where it actually respects like the IP, as well as like introducing new things to then spin off from that IP. It's like not what's done anymore.
Well, I mean, it's a shame because nothing's gonna come from it.
No, nothing's gonna come from it. But you know what? As a self-contained story, it works and it ends and it's good, right?
That's good.
Like yeah, you get those hints of like, oh yeah, this the girl who's going to become a judge. Like, that's the side character who's with Dredd the whole time, basically. She's, gonna become a judge. She's taking this exam, basically. This is the premise. She's taking her judge exam with Dredd, so they go to a thing, and then stuff happens, and all the shit goes down. And it works out, and like you have her at the end, and it's like, oh yeah, okay. Like, we could go somewhere here, but it also has, like, this whole thing is taken care of, and you can feel like this was a day-to-day thing, and it'll just happen the next day, and that. But, like, it's done. So, like, it really works with giving you that finality for that, at least, but opening it up to the possibilities. And at this point, I don't want them to make another one. I don't need it. It's good.
Yeah.
Like, it's fine, just not now. Don't make it now, please. Unless it's somebody who actually gives a shit and cares. Please.
Yeah.
Leave it. I didn't even, like, Dredd was cool, and he's not even, like, a character that I really followed a lot. I knew of him, right? I knew of the Stallone movie. And I knew of, like, the video game. And I knew of the video game that was, like, weird, but, other than that, I was like, oh, well, I'll go see this because I know of the character at least, and it looks neat. So, and then I saw it, and I was like, oh, this is just like a good movie. Fuck,
nice,
that's great.
Dude, that Mario Kart one fucking slays me.
It's very good.
Well, what a shitter.
Actually, yeah. Now that I think about it, it'd probably be like Battlefield Earth, judging by the book I know Garibay wrote. Yeah. Dredd also has the whole super confined space thing where it's just literally set in one apartment building. Yes.
Damn, really?
Yeah, it's a huge apartment building thing, but it's all in the one apartment building. Like, that's it.
That's super cool.
It is. They do shit real well with that movie. I highly recommend it, dude.
That's always an impressive choice.
Yeah.
When when they choose to set an entire movie in a very
A single
small
location.
location.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Have either of you seen The Raid?
The Raid? No.
Yes, The Raid.
I've never heard of it.
Oh, really? Okay. Another action movie. This one was, I don't want to get this wrong, but I want to say it was Korean.
That was
Hold
wrong.
on.
Good
It might be
job.
wrong. It might be wrong. No, Indonesian. Sorry.
Still wrong.
Yes. But The Raid is well touted for its action and like being shot very well, and it also takes place in one building. And I watched it, and it was really, really good. Super, super fun. And like very well shot action, like it was said, and it works really well. I would highly recommend that one as well. It has a lot of martial arts as well as gunplay.
Nice.
That's done in it. Yeah, it's super fun. Arcology, was it?
Arcology?
I assume that's no. The fusion of architecture with ecology, a comprehensive urban perspective. I don't think that's the one. It's the like city within a building. I think that's
Yeah,
what you're
that's an
talking about.
arcology.
Is it an arcology? Okay.
Yeah, that's an arcology.
I've been trying to find that word forever. Okay.
Yeah.
It's a portmanteau of architecture and arcology. That makes sense.
Yes.
Okay, arcology. I was trying to look that up for something else like a long time ago, and I got really frustrated because I couldn't remember what the word was.
Yeah, there was a Shadowrun adventure that took place in
Yeah.
arcology.
That's why I kept trying to remember it because you had talked about it.
What was it?
I don't remember.
The Renraku arcology, that's it.
I think I was looking for something else as well that was in reference to that, but anyway. Haven't seen The Raid, but wasn't that the same directors, or maybe they were just inspired? For Dread? I don't think so, no. They probably were just inspired, but that's the thing. With those kinds of... Like, I know Old Boy isn't necessarily in one location, but like with the way that it's shot and like it's one fight scene, everybody knows Old Boy's one fight scene of the hallway fight. Oh God,
I don't.
I've
never seen the movie.
Wait, really?
Me neither.
Oh, Boys. Oh, another high recommendation. Korean film, actually. This one I know for a fact. Old Boy, great film. Has a fantastic. Even if you don't watch it, just watch you would find it. Old Boy. Sorry. Don't look for the Old Boy, I think 2010 or 2012, because they tried to do a American version of it, and it sucks. It's really bad. But the original Korean version has a fight scene where it's all done in a hallway, and it's shot really, really interestingly, and so you can see everything from a side view. And because you see the establishing shot of the hallway, it's cramped. The guys can maybe stand 2 apiece, 3 apiece, right? Like,
damn.
And like, there's like 50 guys that the guy has to fight, and he goes through
shit.
it, and it's really, really good. Like,
Nice.
Korean cinema is very good a lot of the time that I've seen. Like Parasite.
I wasn't aware that Kim Jong-un allowed cinema.
No, yeah, that's right. He wouldn't allow it if it was North Korean. You're right, but South Korean.
Well,
sorry, let me
he
be.
might, but he would be the main character.
That's right. And
every
it would be
villain would be an
propagandizing.
American.
Yeah. But no.
Yeah, it would have to be oh fuck, who is that?
The
hold on,
one that he
never
really
mind.
likes.
Maybe he was like a karate dude, like 1980s action movie. Steven Seagal.
Oh, okay.
It'd have to be a Steven Seagal-esque film about Kim Jong-un.
Oh yeah.
I thought there was something where Kim Jong-un really liked
King Jong-un, yes.
Yeah. Dennis Rodman.
King Jong-un, yes.
Yeah, Kimmy. Anyway, so he
Kimchi.
really, for some reason, he really liked Dennis Rodman. Like it was his favorite actor of all time. And he had him over to North Korea, I think, at one point.
And then he executed him.
No, he's still alive. He just really likes
my
him.
God.
It's just a little weird fact that
That's fucking
is like a
weird.
thing. I don't know. I don't remember. Anyway,
That's fucking weird.
I don't know. I want more Ghost Rider stuff. That'd be fun if it was Nick Cage still. That'd be super hilarious.
It would have to be Nick Cage.
It'd be super funny. Old Boy is great. Just don't watch the Spike Lee one. That's the one I would say. Yeah, Spike Lee remade it for America with Josh Brolin as the guy, and it is nothing. It is just... It's horrible in an adaptation sense as well as horrible as in just a general story. Like, it's just bad.
Yeah.
Because it doesn't make any sense. Make a Space Hulk movie? Do you mean Hulk from space, or do you mean Space Hulk as in the 40k thing? Because I doubt you mean the 40k thing, Lux.
Dude, that would be sick, actually.
Be cool.
Could you imagine going, like, the movie starts, and it's just that scene from Astartes with the fucking pod drilling into the Space Hulk? That's where the movie starts.
Yeah.
And they're like, you know, it's... Dude, the amount of brothers... uttered in that movie might surpass the amount of boys uttered in fucking God of War.
Probably.
Doubt of boy, about
you
it.
mean. Doubt of boy.
Does he ever say father in that?
I don't know. I've not played it.
Like the kid, I mean.
Other places make better stuff than us. I mean, so we still have some stuff. It's just that you need to, you know, worry about... OBS is disconnected. Awesome. Oh, OBS is reconnected. Awesome.
Oh, good.
Sorry about that, everybody. I don't know why, but OBS is having a bit of a difficulty today.
What the fuck?
I did have to downgrade my internet to a little slower because apparently the one that I was using before doesn't cost the same in my area, and the one that's like a step below does. But it's still good for like streaming and stuff. So
what the fuck?
I don't know.
There's a battle theme specifically for the fight where you find the Galarian Slowpoke in Sword and Shield.
Sure. That's what I was saying. Other places do make a lot of good stuff, but I'm sure there's a lot of stuff that isn't good as well. It's just that we get the good stuff to come over a lot of the time, / it gets talked about. And then, with us, I mean, the pop culture stuff is what's in the zeitgeist. Rather than any of the indie stuff that can actually be very good. So, you know, it's the way that it is, unfortunately. But the stuff that's going to be talked about is the big, like I said, pop culture stuff, which is unfortunately going to set a lot of standards. Which then, you know, you have independent filmmakers who might go against those standards and all that. Which might be better or worse, who knows? Korea should make a Space Hulk movie. I mean the 40k one. Oh, well then yes. I'd be like, remember back when Astartes was a thing? Oh, nice, good Astartes. Back when we had some nice, cool, really well animated 40k stuff from fans, and then they got bought out, and I haven't seen. I mean, hopefully they're working on something to do with other things.
They've already done Exodite.
Oh.
That's already done. It just never got released outside of that garbage fucking app.
Okay.
Yep.
So,
and I found some clips of it that people ripped from it and just put on YouTube and kind of like spliced in. It looks good.
I'm sure it does. They have great talent, but it's the thing that they're going to be put behind like that weird app only. It's like, okay, cool.
It fucking sucks because goddamn, it was like the Exodites are so fucking. You know what the Exodites are, right?
I'm not aware.
So, oh man, the Exodites are Eldar that are like, hey, we're not gonna live on...
Yeah. Sorry.
They're not. We don't want to live on the craft worlds anymore.
Yes.
We want to go back to some of our fucking maiden worlds or whatever they're called.
Yes.
And they start living with nature, and they fucking are elves on dinosaurs.
Yep.
It's fucking sick.
Yeah, they're really cool.
God damn it. And it's about a Tau, apparently. Like, the Tau is a main character, and I'm, like, all I saw was a, like, there's, the beginning of it has, like, a space battle.
Yeah.
And I assume that's like, oh, I'm gonna get the space battle, I'll get shot down, or I'll have to, like, jump away, and they wind up on an Exodite planet.
Yeah, it might be something like that.
Oh, man. That's one of the factions that needs to come to that 40k.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Also, massive trigger warning on anyone who wants to watch Old Boy. Yes, absolutely. There is something that is there is something in it, but it is like doesn't the story is very good, but there is something that will make you go ooh.
Okay, what is it?
I will not spoil it.
Oh, okay.
I will not
I'm
spoil
not gonna
it. It is part of
I mean,
it.
all I'm gonna do is watch the fight scene if I even remember after this.
That's fair. That's fair. Um. Leo, can you hear us? Hey, I mean, if the thing goes down again, that's just how it is. We go out of our way to see stuff from other places, so it's easy to find the good things. That's also true.
Yeah.
If I'm asking for a movie, it's always a safe assumption I don't want Marvel or DC to make it. I mean, fair. They're not those anymore, though. It's Disney, and DC is owned by... No, DC is owned by Warner Brothers.
Yeah.
So... And, oh, you know what I saw? Fucking
What?
Warner Brothers put out that they were willing to lose money instead of pay the writers.
Yeah. I'm
Yeah.
not surprised.
I was just like, oh, okay, cool.
One of the things that I saw was like one of the higher ups at some fucking movie thing saying
Sure.
that the writer's strike was worse than COVID.
Oh, fuck off.
Yeah, like
I'm
the
sure somebody
pandemic
said
that killed. Huh?
I'm sure an exec said that, yeah. But like,
Oh yeah, no, like it was recorded, it was on camera,
oh,
facial
no.
and everything. It was in the middle of an in-person interview.
Great.
That's the thing. It wasn't just like, oh, I heard an exec. No, it was recorded.
Cool. Right.
And fucking,
What a guy.
yeah, what a creature.
Don't forget Netflix 40K something is coming. Hope it's good. I thought it was Amazon because Henry Cavill was doing his thing. Isn't he doing Amazon stuff?
I hope so.
I'm
hope
pretty
it's
sure
not
because
Netflix.
that's what he was signed on for. And like he was like, yeah, I fucking love 40K. Let's do it. And that's why the only reason why I'm like since he is like the director producer, I think, or something very influential at least.
Yeah, he's
And
in charge effectively.
And he gives a shit just like
Yeah.
he gave a shit with like how The Witcher was. Then like I'm okay with having a little bit of hope for that.
Not
Not a lot, but
I'm so jaded I can barely have any hope for anything anymore.
that's fine. That's absolutely fair.
It sucks.
I would not say anybody or fault anybody for not. Absolutely.
Oh, you know what? Speaking of not having faith in something, I have a question. So, did you see the D&D movie or no?
Haven't yet. No.
Okay. Do you intend to?
Yes.
Okay. Then I can't really ask it because it's about a scene. I don't know if it's a spoiler, but I don't want to.
I understand and I appreciate that.
Damn it. Okay. Basically, you know what? I will tell you what I wanted to say, but I'm not going to spoil anything.
Okay.
Basically, there's a scene in the movie that's like an action scene.
Sure.
And I just saw it on YouTube. I'm like, fuck it. I'm not going to watch this movie. I'll go ahead and look at this. And action scene, characters are running away from a thing, and it is a subversion of expectations kind of thing.
Okay.
And after I saw the scene, I watched the scene, and I basically was just like, okay, perfect 50-50%. It wasn't bad. It wasn't amazing.
Yeah, it's just a thing.
It's just a scene. And I go down in the comments, and it's like, everybody's like, this is fucking hilarious, up about it. And I'm like, there were no jokes. There was no slapstick. There was no outright comedy.
Sure.
And I'm like, why are you saying this is funny?
I would imagine that maybe there's additional context that you're not aware of because you haven't seen the whole part that, like, you saw the one scene, right? And
Yeah,
then maybe there's
I'm
part
hoping.
of it that's before that or after it that they're like referencing, I guess.
I hope so.
It could be that, or it could be just that, some people found it funny, I guess.
Yeah,
Which,
because I'm like, there was a way to make the scene funny and like to actually have comedy in the scene if that was what they were going for, but they just chose to make it just a scene with essentially just nothing.
Yeah.
And I wanted to ask you if you had seen it. It's like, am I missing something here? Is this funny? Why are people finding this funny? There's nothing. There's nothing.
Right. Aiden, are you gonna watch it at some point, or have you watched it?
Probably watch it at some point. I just haven't really cared to put in any effort.
Same. Exactly.
Okay, fair enough.
I figured that maybe we should like have a viewing of it just to have, and then talk about it at some point. Like I feel like
that would be a decent one for the podcast, honestly.
I mean, I don't know. I hear many different things now of like
I've heard that
good,
it is perfectly decent,
bad, and I'm like, okay, so I don't know, so I guess I'll watch it and see. And also it's something that's at least somewhat interesting. So but yeah, that's at least a future idea. Or rather, it's never a safe assumption that I do want Marvel or DC to make it. Yeah, no, I got you, Lex. Absolutely, I got you. Is there any movies based on Dark Horse comics? Yes.
Yes,
Wait.
Hellboy.
Yeah, Hellboy. Yes, absolutely, Hellboy.
Don't watch the newer one. Watch the ones with Ron Perlman.
Yeah, newer one is.
I've heard that the new one is trash. That's what I've heard.
Newer one is
not
good.
Ron Perlman specifically.
But the ones with Ron Perlman were very fun.
Yeah,
the first one was decent. From what I remember, and then the second one I don't remember enough to give you anything.
Yeah, I don't remember hating it. Those were movies that I actually did see.
Yeah. Might have been Amazon. Yeah, fair enough. I think it is. Yeah.
Hope. Because Amazon doesn't have the track record of Netflix, as far as I know.
Rings of Power.
Oh, that's fuck. Shit, I forgot about that.
Everyone's forgotten about that, and it's gonna come out next year at some point for its season 2 or whatever the fuck.
Oh, wait a minute. Were they Velma as well or no?
No, that was HBO Max, I think, or something.
Okay.
One of the other streaming services.
Yeah, dear fucking God, man.
Yeah, don't worry about that. That's also getting its season 2.
Oh yeah, no, I know.
I found the D&D movie to be a solid 7 out of 10. Okay. Ron Perlman is cool.
Yes, and I mean he is Hellboy. That's the thing.
Yeah,
when he's
he
in
does
the
it really
makeup.
well. Yeah.
He is that is Hellboy.
He seemed like he cared a lot about it.
Yeah, no, he loved that character.
Yeah, so I don't know why I'm having bad frame drops. I apologize if you're noticing it, everybody at home. It's just the way that it is today. It looks like, yay.
Yeah.
Anyway, let's read a couple of comments.
Okay.
We can talk a bit more afterwards, but I just want to get through a few of these. So, we'll start with Rules Lawyer saying on our Garabingo episode, I'm very sad I missed Garabingo. We'll add ideas as I think of them. And we've got 3 for spots. Most people play D&D wrong. Not a bad choice.
Yeah.
Hierarchy of man. Some people are inherently superior to others. I think. I think that I don't know if I feel like having the transhumanist space
that one kind of
it covers that at least.
Yeah.
And then hypocrisy. Very good space. That's probably a good one to put in. We will revise the board before doing it again. And we'll see how it goes. But thank you for all of those. Appreciate that. And then on 151, Timothy, this was Homebrew Initiative and Skyrim isn't an RPG, if you remember that, Aiden.
Oh, God, yeah.
We do have something about that specifically that I thought was interesting, so we'll get to that in a second. But Timothy says, not to say that your comment isn't interesting. My apologies for that implication. I just mean that it was specifically towards Skyrim, and it seemed interesting. And I think Aiden is talked about specifically. So, but we'll get there. So, Timothy says, hello, bros. I don't know much about Skyrim, never played it, but looks fine. And I would say it's an RPG, given everything I know about it. But man, that video did not make a good case for Skyrim not being an RPG, to a funny degree. But that video is really old, so I don't want to be hard on it. Hopefully you got better. In other news, I got lore. It's an experiment of sorts, so feedback is welcome. Okay. From the Log of Alabaster, dated March 10th, entry 1. My unplanned trip to the port city of Crandall turned out better than I hoped. I ran into a henchman for hire, as he put it, calling himself Star Ruby. After a few drinks, this towering brick shithouse of an ogre seems to be up for anything, which is promising. The best part of this deal is he will work for food if money is low, and since I stormed out of my last job because I refused to work under my high and mighty brother, I will be on the road for a long time, it seems. So having someone strong to travel with is a priceless asset at this point. Star Ruby looks to be well trained in this battle art he calls lucha. Battle art. He showed off his fighting skills in a little brawl we had taking out some bandits blocking the main road out of Crandall. We took the opportunity to raid their food stores, and since they were planning on holding up the path for weeks, we now have a good amount of food for a while. Lucky for me, I have a bag of holding I got as a birthday gift long ago to keep it all. We also got paid 5 gold from a goblin that takes farmers' crops to market to clear out the bandits. Note to self, tell as many farmers on the way out of the city it's cheaper to take your own crops to market yourself. Dated March 12th, entry 3. Did I miss entry 2? I don't think so.
It might just be a kind of thing where it's like
it's
a
just
journal.
Yeah. It's been 2 days since joining up with Star Ruby, and things are going well. Okay, yeah, so then there was probably a second entry somewhere in the middle. We have been going south along the coast, and being on foot is slower than a worm going uphill. I really should have taken one of the transport carts from the trading house before I left. We helped out a group of kobolds that running from a party of heroes by leading the party down the wrong road. We did not get money from the kobolds, but they gave a crest they said would let other kobolds know we are helpful and would open doors for us with bigger kobold tribes in the future. It seemed good to too good a deal to pass up. Hopefully it will be of some use soon. Well, that's all the lore I got for today. Let me know what you think of the new format and what I can work on. Have a nice day. I like the format. I like journal entries. That's fun.
Same.
Yes.
I think that having that perspective from the character itself will like flavor things of like what the encounter is, and also give you their inner thoughts of what each day's activities is for them. So you get backstory as well as lore of your world in some ways. Like it's a very cool thing. So keep it up.
I also personally find journal entries to be more engrossing rather than just getting effectively a lore dump.
Yeah.
Because it's easier to associate with somebody who is like speaking in that kind of first person, third person kind of thing.
Sure.
Rather than just essentially reading like a history book. You know what I mean?
Sure. I get what you mean. Yeah. But yeah, keep it up. And then we have Pizza Funk on the same episode saying, I feel like you could construct an argument as to why Skyrim wouldn't be an RPG, and I have a lot of thoughts on what is or isn't an RPG. Okay. If Skyrim is one, or player choice is an important aspect to RPGs, as the poorly made video would suggest, however, before that, I got distracted over something odd that Aiden said, that 2 hours, 52 minutes, and 5 seconds.
Oh.
You can be a Dunmer, and then go to the racist McRacist town, and they will bar you from entry. That is the quote.
Do they not?
I found it odd because I assume he is talking about Windhelm, where Ulfric and the Stormcloaks are. In which case,
Windhelm is what I win.
In which case, I'm pretty sure Windhelm doesn't bar Dunmer from entry. Otherwise, why are there Dunmer NPCs inside of Windhelm? I also remember
because they all live in the Grey Quarter, which are essentially the slums of Windhelm.
Right. Yeah. I also remember going in there as a Dunmer, unless there's another secret city that I am unaware of.
Oh no, I know what I was thinking of. The first time you enter Riften, you get barred from entry.
Yes,
the
because
guard
they
is
do
corrupt.
the tax. Yes. Yeah, that's
yeah,
a very different
I
thing.
just transposed that onto Dunmer racism.
Ah.
Wow, what
Honestly-
fucking racist.
Honestly, well, so that would be good for the lore and good for the world building if that was a thing.
Yes.
But obviously, like, what you would do then, hey, Bethesda, what you would do then is have it so that there's a side entrance that another Dunmer could maybe make you aware of like, okay, you need a
Yeah.
place to stay. Well, it sucks in here, but like, you're welcome in this quarter where we're
Yeah,
all
'cause
kept. Right?
Actually, specifically, sorry, I don't mean to cut you off.
No, you're good.
Right outside of Riften, I remember this, or not far from the
Windhelm.
entrance to Riften, there is actually a small farm run by a Dunmer who is farming Nirnroot. So you could enter, you
Oh,
could try
with
to
that
enter,
too.
get pushed out, and then she comes up the road. It's like, hey, I heard you, you know,
Right,
and then
right,
do
right.
that.
Yeah, so like then you could get in and then walk through it, and people would be like, you know, racist towards you in there, but then you would have like been in there already, and then it's like, okay, well now you're allowed to go in and out because they've seen you around, right? You get something, or it's part of a quest line where at least at some point you get the writ of like, you can come into the town, right? The city.
Yeah.
Like that would give you something, maybe, instead of just, oh, by the way, hate Dunmer. By the way, hate him though.
I don't like them.
Hey man, you're gonna come in here? Cool. Hate you though.
Yeah. We'll take your money, but fuck off.
Hate you though. Yeah, I don't know. Just give it a little bit of something. There's more. But give me a second. There's some things that have come through. Will I have more log ideas? I will do more. Sick. Do it.
Nice.
Um,
Sorry. Before you do that.
Yeah.
What you ought to do is, if you've got a lot of log entries and stuff like that, look into like horror game texts because they
Oh, yeah.
always have you find notes from people who died
True.
every
True.
time.
Yeah,
Those are great examples of that.
Yes.
Anyway, go on.
I'm writing mine like an in-world historian. My POV isn't omniscient, so it still leaves space to be filled in. Yeah, Lux. Yours are definitely, you can tell like it's not like omniscient for sure, and like it does come across as somebody who is chronicling it actively, which is cool.
Yes.
I like that a lot. I did not do it for one because I didn't know how it went over. Glad to know it works. Yeah, you're good. Don't worry about it.
Yeah.
Anyway, so continuing with this. Now, it was probably an offhand comment with the intention to convey the mood and atmosphere of the town, that a lot of people in Wyndhelm and the Stormcloaks to a broader extent are racist against elves. If you're an elf in Wyndhelm, some NPCs will make unpleasant comments towards you as you walk past them. In fact, there's a guy in that town who will fist fight you if he thinks you're an elf or not sympathetic to the Stormcloaks. All of this are examples of player choice. You can choose to play as an elf, you can choose to go to Wyndhelm, you can choose to fight the one guy, you can choose to join the Stormcloaks. How major are these choices? Well, they are not affecting any final cutscene of the game, nor is it affecting any end-log segment of the game, like it does for other RPGs released around the same time, like Dragon Age, New Vegas, or Mass Effect 2. However, what it does affect is the world whilst you play the game, in some cases a lot more than the previously stated RPGs. The world changes a lot in the game, and it's due to the player's actions and choice. Before I get to the next part, So I agree that for Skyrim, as opposed to those other ones, you get because of the choices of your playing as an elf or going to those towns and all that kind of stuff, it helps to build the world a bit more. So the comparison for at least for like New Vegas and Mass Effect 2, you can't be a different race except for human. So that's not like there's not really anything there for that. So it's not really a great choice in that kind of respect of a comparison. But for what's it? Dragon Age Origins, at least. Whatever class you play does affect like your world state and what how you start, and then like how people treat you, and it's all the backstory stuff as well that really gives that that choice. And I think that's a lot more major than Skyrim's, because that's a whole section that's different because of what you've chosen as well. Though I will say that after that, I don't know specifically if people treat you differently a lot of the time. I would have to replay Dragon Age Origins again to see if, like, after you get out of your beginning segment, if those choices really do change the world. It's been too long since I've done that, so that's something that I would need to replay to find out. But I would say that the changes in Skyrim's world state, because of these specific choices, are very superficial rather than anything that's it's something, don't get me wrong, but it's not anything to the degree of, I would say, something like New Vegas, where some of the choices that you make in the game can, like, completely wipe out factions, right? And completely take out all of those kinds of things. I guess it just depends on if we're talking about just specifically how we start, like choosing to be an elf or going to Windhelm, which I could then say, well, going to the Brotherhood of Steel, and then deciding whether or not you want to do anything with them. But the elf thing is like, yeah, that's one thing that can't be done in New Vegas or something like that. Aiden, you were going to say something?
Yeah, I'm probably gonna make dinner and then head to bed, so I'm going to head out.
Okay.
Yep.
Have a good rest of the podcast, everyone.
Yep. Take it easy.
Alrighty. See ya.
See ya.
Yep.
Alright, next part. I find it interesting that the video didn't bring up what Skyrim was sold as, an open world RPG. The open world part is incredibly important. I would argue more important than the RPG aspect of the game. How? Well, you can beat Skyrim without gaining a single level. You can go through the entire story without putting any points into any skill. Now people treat these playthroughs as challenge runs, but it's possible, and if the devs tweaked it a little, it would make it a very viable play style. Are skills the most defining trait of an RPG? What if Skyrim didn't have any skills? Would it still be Skyrim? I think it would. Maybe. It would be a little similar to the Far Cry game, but I can see an alternative Skyrim that is an action-adventure game. I can also see the opposite. I can see a hyper-skill-focused Skyrim in my Steam library. It's called Morrowind.
Yeah, honestly.
Joking aside, my point being the RPG aspect isn't as important to Skyrim than the open world aspect, so much so that I think of another open world game whenever I play Skyrim. Well, the same thing you could say about New Vegas. Also open world. You could play it entirely without any levels. Like, exactly the same.
Yeah.
Guns would do a certain amount of damage. They wouldn't be scaling or anything. It would just be, this is how this much health, all of that kind of stuff. Another open world game, Far Cry, of course, you have, but that also has RPG elements in it. It is an open world RPG.
It's got like some of the you can level up skills in a skill tree.
Yep.
Is that $17 for a fucking Gargant? God damn. It's so cheap. Don't tempt me.
What other games are open world RPGs that we could do the same exact argument for?
Like you can beat it at level 1 and stuff?
Like, yeah.
It's pretty much always a Western RPG that does that.
Yeah, obviously.
JRPGs almost never do that. I don't think I've ever even seen a single one that does.
Yes, exactly. So I guess the best way for me to do this is go onto Steam and then look at open world, the tag.
Yeah.
And we'll do it
because there's a good bit. I don't honestly.
Now, maybe this helps with your argument of, well, open world is more of the thing that it is rather than RPG. But usually they're open world RPGs. Is that not true?
Well, I mean, there are open world games that aren't RPGs, like Infamous and
true.
Prototype.
Yes, very true. I guess so we talked about this on that episode, but like fucking putting everything into a genre is really just for you to understand what it has in it rather than it being this is strictly what it is. Like yes, there are elements to it that are like an RPG. If you see the word RPG, you have an idea as to what that means. If you've played a video game before. And even if you haven't, once you've played it, you then have an idea of what an RPG means, right? These terms are used as easy ways to quantify, or at least not quantify, but name quickly name what elements are in a game so that you can find things that you like, right? And it sucks on one side, because a lot of the time the RPG or the open world or the adventure action, like, they're very vague. And you have elements of some and something, you have specific things and other things, but you know, it just depends on the degree that you would call it an RPG, right? Or you would call it a adventure game, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, and that line is a little blurry.
Yeah.
But it's just, I don't know, man. It's one of those things where we have developed this nomenclature that we understand. And once you've gamed enough, that as cringy as that sounds, once you've gamed enough, you'll understand.
Enough.
That's right. Once you're a gamer, once you're an epic gamer,
once you're a gamer,
then you'll understand that nomenclature more, and it's more of like a language. Unfortunately, again, I know how cringy it sounds, but it is literally its own, like, kind of subset of our language that we can determine, like, how these things are and find out what we are.
Ooh,
so it's
really good.
Like I was saying, it's hard to sometimes put things into a box, right? Which is why you have, like, something like Dishonored or Prey, which are RPGs, but they are more immersive, so you have immersive sims, right?
Yeah.
Like, that's its own category. BioShock, immersive sim, you know? Like, all that kind of stuff. It's genres suck, but they're useful, you know?
Yeah, it's like tags on porn, you know.
Yes, it's
It's basically
tags
just
on
tags.
anything. Yes,
That's basically it. Doesn't have to be porn.
Doesn't have to be, but I
started
understand.
off with porn. So
I
you
understand.
gotta deal with it.
I understand. You're fine. But yes, exactly. It's just a way for us to convey that information to each other. And then once you understand it, you do understand it.
There's a beastman who's like a rhino horn blower. That's fucking cool.
That's cool. I did not. I guess I'm going to be a couple of minutes behind the action going forward. Well, it's also because I'm lagging, I guess, on occasion, so apologies. I remember a Diablo cache-in of Fallout that let you play as a human, a ghoul, or, if I recall correctly, a mutant. No, wait, not a mutant. Brotherhood of Steel member.
Yo.
Interesting.
Look at these fucking guys, dude. Sorry, I don't mean to.
You're fine.
I am very sorry.
No,
but
you're good.
When you do your lizard men,
Yeah.
make these your skinks, because these are fucking adorable. Where is it? There it is. Okay, look at these fucking guys, dude. Look at their eyes. Look at
Those
their
are like
googly
fish man,
eyes.
yeah. Oh,
Yeah.
little
Look at their
fish
goofy
guys.
little eyes.
Oh.
The one on the bottom with his tongue out.
Yeah, I see him.
It's great. And they got cool tridents and that net.
Yeah, let me show this off, because that's pretty
Yeah.
cool.
These are super good.
I like them.
Yeah. If these had bows, I would totally add these to my army, but I can't. They're so cute. Oh, and there's one that's like the unit leader and he's an anglerfish.
Yeah, I'm noticing all these kinds of, like, different fish heads and stuff. That's cool.
That's super cool.
Anyway,
Yeah, sorry.
no, you're good. Everything I know about the game says RPG. Yes. I mean, that's the thing. Yes, it's open world, but also, a lot of the elements in it do, just scream RPG. I don't know. If you took the other stuff out, absolutely it could be something else. But, so you could, anything, right? Like, if you take something out of the game, if you take elements out of the game, it's going to be less of that element, if you will, right? Like, I don't know.
Yo, there's a bear warrior.
I think there was a time when the Fallout IP was being passed around between companies that didn't know what to do with it. Probably.
Yes. Because it started off, Fallout 1 and 2 were Obsidian.
Yes.
And then 3 was the first time Bethesda got to work with it. And 3 wasn't bad. It
It's
definitely wasn't
very
as good.
mid. Absolutely.
Yeah, Yeah, no, it's extremely mid compared to 1 and 2, and then New Vegas. And then 4 was, again, mid.
It's honestly, like, as is, I would say, ooh, yeah, no, mid works because gunplay and stuff was good, but like the actual,
But the RPG elements
and the
were trash.
story was fucking
Yeah, it was awful in terms of that. But yeah, the gameplay was good.
Yeah.
But yeah, not the best. Oh,
There was
there's more
also
fucking rhinos. Damn it.
Ooh, fish people, yes. Anyway, continuing with the comment. In GTA San Andreas, there was a gang war taking place in the background of the main story, and on many occasions, interacting with the main plot of the game. The player, I assume, can choose to participate in this war, on their own free will, and grow the player's faction size. Or the player can choose to only interact with the plot when the plot requires them to. The player can choose to improve their skills in a number of ways, even though they're not required to 99% of the time. It can help. The NPCs will comment on the player's skills if they are high enough. There's a bunch of side missions that the player can choose to accomplish that can change the game world. In fact, a lot of missions change the game world of San Andreas, and yet the game only has one ending. This sounds extremely similar to Skyrim. The Dragonborn can interact with the Civil War on their own free will, but the plot also requires the player to interact with the war at certain points to advance the main plot. Season unending, or I guess any Blades mission that requires you to go against the Thalmor. You also actually do have to end the Civil War some way. Yes. That is actually required, so it's not in the background, actually, unfortunately. Even though I wish it was. It's fucking awful.
Yeah. It should be, because God.
Because they didn't do anything with it.
Well, okay, so here's the problem. This can be either a plus or a minus. It was a minus for me. I didn't give a shit about either faction. They were both fair. Fuckers.
They didn't do anything.
You should have been able to wipe out both.
Yeah, there should have been a both lose option, I think, yeah.
Yeah, like, you just take over. That should have been what happened.
Or just make Skyrim free. Just make it the people's, quote unquote,
Yeah, not the Stormcloaks and not the other guys. Fucking
Imperials,
just
or
the
whatever
peoples.
Yeah.
Because they were both pieces of shit.
Yeah. The Dragonborn can choose to improve their skills in a number of ways. You probably get the idea here. The two games have a lot in common. However, I wouldn't consider GTA an RPG. And for a while, I wasn't sure why, but I think I do in part of you guys, not the clickbaity video. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I wouldn't say GTA is an RPG. You're right.
Yeah, no, it's not.
It doesn't.
I think.
So, well, I guess let's go to the reasons. So here we go. Role, skills, jobs, and combat. These are aspects that I believe a game needs in order to be an RPG, and I'm going to further define them. Appreciate that. Roles, basically classes, fighter, wizard, thief, etc. Doesn't need to be there for it to be an RPG, but okay. Skills, or at least branching advancement. Yeah. Combat that requires a level of control by the player. I guess level of control is what I need defined now.
Yeah, because, like, I would say I would agree with that, but I think the two most important things are a skill system of some variety, skills or advancement, some way to grow your character beyond just picking up gear.
Okay.
Picking up gear is obviously pretty intrinsic to RPGs, but there needs to be something more. And actual, like, dialogues and choices to make that you can do via dialogue or something like that. It doesn't always have to be possible, but it needs to be something like, can I talk the orcs out of attacking the village, or do I have to fight them?
Yeah,
or
options.
Yes, it needs to be possible in some ways, because if ever, for example, let's say like Uncharted.
Okay.
Let's say you have Uncharted and you have a skill tree, but everything is still just shooting galleries. That's not an RPG.
No, exactly.
That would be like it's still an action adventure, but with some skills and perks.
It would be RPG elements would be the tag that you would have, right?
Yeah, that's pretty much all it would be.
Yeah.
So there does need to be some form of actual,
I think,
dialogue and communication.
I guess, because dialogue and I don't think specifically dialogue and communication, because like I would call Assassin's Creed Origins an RPG, open world RPG, right? Because it's an open world and it has the RPG elements. Because you can do anything any way that you want to in that game. I'm with you with the choices aspect, but I don't think it needs to necessarily be just dialogue. I think it needs to be
It could also be in gameplay.
You have to be able to come at it however you want, whether that be dialogue or whatever gameplay elements, stealth or whatever the fuck, all that kind of shit.
Similar to like Dishonored.
Yeah, exactly.
Where how you can approach an area however you'd like.
Yeah, because like you can do that in a lot of different ways in most RPGs.
Fuck?
Though there's a later bit of this that might actually throw a wrench into this. So let's get to that. But
yeah.
So before we get there, though, jobs, this is a bit complicated, so you can have a paladin just tank hits and aggro's enemies, this job being a tank, or you have a paladin healing and giving buffs, a support. It's like builds, but it requires more than one person, requires some form of party. Now, I don't agree that it needs to have a party in order to be an RPG. I do not agree with that.
Oh my god!
Oh, those look sick as fuck.
Those are scary shark lobsters with fucking 6 eyes and lobster claws. Holy shit.
Something to note, I don't think player choice is required for something to be classified as an RPG. Early Pokemon games have very little player choice. Is Pokemon Blue an RPG? Yes, if it's all the criteria.
Yeah, that's fair.
So, is San Andreas an RPG? Well, judging the criteria I laid out, no. How about New Vegas? Yes, the follower system counts as a party. Well, so... again, don't think you need a party because you can play that game entirely single player. Followers can also have jobs. Cannon fodder is a job. Is Halo an RPG? No. Is Sims 3 an RPG? No. The players in the sim doesn't have control over the characters during combat. It doesn't combat again. Also, you can't build a glass cannon or a tank or have jobs that I defined in the Sims. And finally, judging by the criteria, is Skyrim an RPG? No, because it's an open world RPG. Lol. Also, it's probably apparent, but I do think Skyrim is an RPG. I was just memeing with the very last bit. Yeah, I got you. I would push back a little bit on the early Pokemon games having very little player choice.
Well, yeah, because I would say that your player choice is which Pokemon do you want? What moves do they want?
What moveset do you want? What items do you want to give them? I guess it's more linear, sure, but you can just completely skip out on areas, like not look for additional fights and all that kind of stuff.
What the fuck?
So
I'm sorry.
No, you're good. I'm just trying to think of. I guess that seems at least somewhat extensive. No, I've seen that. Yeah. Though it's not as extensive as later things, right? Final Fantasy 1, you have your multiple characters in a party and all that kind of stuff, right? But that, do we even classify that as an RPG or a JRPG?
Yeah.
Because now, let's be fair here. Again, these tags and all this shit suck. Okay?
Yes.
But it's to give you the general idea of what you're kind of going into. JRPG is used for specific types of games, right?
Yes.
You have your Persona. You have Final Fantasy a lot of the time. You have Tales, I think. Tales of games. Those are considered JRPGs. Like, they're broad in what they... like their mechanics and everything, but they are considered JRPGs because of the style that they do, or and the stories usually is a very, very big part of it.
Like the
character
themes,
work,
the styles.
Yep. All that kind of stuff, right? Like there's a lot there that we have now defined that is the JRPG genre. And with the RPG genre, we have it very much more limited for, I guess, more of a Western sense. Which is why it has blown out into open world RPGs. Excuse me. There are other RPG like qualifiers if I had to guess. So let me see if I can find some here. Open world is the big one.
Survival would be another one, like a survival RPG. Because I mean, it's because you're still like leveling up skills, learning recipes and stuff.
Right.
Like leveling up melee damage and stuff like that.
Right. I guess it doesn't have too many now that I'm looking. Though
not many popular ones anyway.
Right. Well, not that I can recall or see here that I'm looking at a list of kind of stuff. Because it's more just this is combined with open world is the big one. Open world is the big like tag that's usually overshadowing the RPG tag, but it's combined, it's conjoined usually.
Yeah, that's just what our filthy Westerners want.
That's
our
right.
Decadent, us decadent Westerners.
And it's interesting because I looked and I saw Borderlands is considered an RPG, which yes, it is.
Yes.
Because it has your skill tree, it has all these different guns that you could use
And classes
that you have, sure. But again, the classes aspect being inherent, I don't think it, because Pokemon doesn't have that.
Sure does. The fire class and the water class and the fucking
right, exactly. But Pokemon doesn't have that.
Yeah, that's true.
And then the jobs kind of thing with something being specific types. I guess you could argue, yeah, you have like you could turn a Blissey into a tank, sure. You know,
yeah,
or
they kind of have.
That.
Yeah, it's not really a
but,
job. It's just something that they are decent. Yeah,
yeah, but they're not technically like usually unless you're in the later games of like double battles and stuff, right? Where you don't have like a party going against stuff, triple battles even, right? Where you can have them work with each other. Yeah, well, you know, and then and like the companion kind of aspect that you're talking about, I don't know if I agree that that's necessary as well, because again, something like Darksiders 2, that's an RPG.
Yes.
But there's no companions unless you count the horse, I guess. So it's just I think
to say you
if
don't
we
count the horse.
That's right, I don't. I'm horses.
Oh my god, dude.
So, but like, I really think that we can boil it down to skills as well as options for situations. I know it's a big kind of clunky way of saying it, but you know, with all of these different RPGs, you usually have a lot of different ways to go through these kinds of situations. Something like Borderlands, you shoot things, but the way that you shoot things is dependent on which gun that you're using and what you know skill that you use and all that kind of stuff. It kind of like, and again, I don't know, man. At the same time, I can just look at something, point at it, and go, "That's an RPG," and you will understand what I am saying. Right?
Yeah, it's kind of an unspoken just understanding.
That's just kind of how these things are, and it sucks, right?
It
when
just
you try
gets
to define
be that
them.
way.
Because, like, again, RPGs and all these kinds of games have vastly different systems, right?
Yes.
Your action game might be completely different from its other action game. Your adventure, but like, I don't know. It's just I can look at a game and tell you if there's RPG elements, and then if I consider it to be an RPG or not. I can tell you that. But if we want to go for a broad, defined RPG, I need to think about it a lot fucking more.
Yeah.
And I don't think it's that important, because I think, again, we can all look at something once we've played games enough. You've played like 10 games. Right, like,
and
then
played
you go,
an RPG, hopefully.
Yeah, if you've played an RPG, I can then point at something else and say that's an RPG, and you get at least my gist, right?
Yeah,
and I think that's at least interesting and important to kind of acknowledge, right? Because it is just like it's own classification that we've all come up with and we have a shared understanding for. And I think that if we try to be a little disingenuous in some aspects of like, oh, but it's a role-playing game and you don't I play a role in this game or this game, and is that mean it's an RPG? It's like, well, you know what I mean when I say it's a role-playing game.
Yeah.
You know what I mean, so don't do that.
Yeah, because
like,
if we want to boil it down as far as we could possibly go, role-playing games started out from wanting to emulate tabletop role-playing games. That's why
Yes.
they have skills and stuff.
That's
But
true.
they obviously couldn't go as in-depth as a tabletop game,
No,
which is
'cause of
why,
limitations.
you've got things like Baldur's Gate and Divinity Original Sin that get the closest as you can, but there's still a linear plot.
Yes.
So when you have an open world RPG, like, skills are kind of the necessary thing.
yes.
That's usually what makes an RPG an RPG. It's that ability to progress from point A to point Z.
Yeah.
And so
Yeah,
as
skill
long as you
system.
have a skill system, you have RPG elements at least.
Yes.
Then once you start adding in like talking and choices and stuff, which are the hallmarks of tabletop RPGs, that's when you start getting closer and closer and closer.
Yeah.
The setting can change, the combat can change, the character style can change, the art style can change, but yeah.
Yeah.
And that's where JRPGs tend to differ, because they don't have skill points, they don't have skills, but they have dialogue and characters and stories, but they have stat improvements and ability, like learning new abilities and attacks and things. That's
Yeah.
where they tend to branch out or
Yeah.
off.
I think so, yeah. Anyway, I hope
Yeah.
we've gone into that in depth at least enough
Hmm.
to make our points known. Let me refresh this so that I can get things better. Let's see. I want the Forsworn to win the Civil War. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Let's get all them out there.
That's what, like, honestly, that was one of the best parts about fucking Fallout New Vegas. You could kill so many factions and just leave whichever faction you want alive, and they would essentially just wind up taking over eventually.
Yeah,
even
they
if
would
it
just be
doesn't
there.
state it at the end, that can be your headcanon.
Sure, yeah. You give possibilities, absolutely.
Yeah.
Let's see.
It's just like Shadows over Loathing.
Oh my god.
With the hobo ship train.
That's right. Leroy being in GTA would be funny, fair enough. Or maybe join Alduin. Skyrim belongs to the dragons. True, Skyrim
That would
does
be
belong
pretty
to the
sweet
dragons
too, actually.
Yeah. Although he's evil, so maybe I'll join Parthenax. Maybe he seems like
'cause-
okay.
Yeah, you kind of have to kill Alduin because he's going to eat the world.
Yeah, he is
But
gonna
yeah,
eat the
Parthenax.
world.
Parthenax
Yeah.
could work out because he's chill.
Why don't we just become
And-
the master of dragons and rule over everything? How about that?
I've already eaten like 100 souls of them. I'm like 100.
Yeah.
I'm like a human and 100 dead dragons.
Yeah,
worth of
exactly. So like, why am I not the guy? Can I eat the
Yeah.
world? Wait a minute. Has anybody asked this question? Let's see. I always considered all JRPGs to be RPGs. Yeah, I mean they are.
Power. Yeah, they are. They're just
You're
a different
absolutely right.
flavor.
Yeah, exactly. That's the thing. We use the nomenclature to specify, like, and the thing is, we understand what that means. You know, even
Yes.
without understanding necessarily what it entails, we know what it means. It's weird.
Mm.
I don't like it, but I understand it, so I go with it.
Mm-hmm.
It's hard to talk about genres at times. It's hard to genres suck. I'd
Yeah.
rather talk about the thing, like rather
Yeah.
than talk about the genre, you know?
Yeah.
And then once you say it is not this, I go, okay, well now we have to talk about the genre and see it
Yeah.
because it does fit into the genre, right? Like
It's this. It's the same thing as when people talk about a character and
Yeah.
then it's like, oh man, I love this character. Don't you? Yeah, he's cool. And then as soon as you put him in a D&D alignment chart, you get like
Yeah.
hordes of people swarm. No, he's
not
blank,
this.
you know?
Yeah, exactly. It's the same exact thing. Alignment sucks.
Once you start getting
Genre sucks.
once you start getting like definitive or
Yeah.
definitive,
Yes.
I think. That's when people start getting arguey.
Well, it's again, it's because we all understand, or at least I feel like it's inherent that we all understand that alignment is kind of bullshit.
Yeah, no, alignment's bullshit.
Like even those who like use it a lot, they at least understand like when something doesn't feel right in an alignment slot.
Yeah.
So if somebody says Skyrim isn't an RPG, then you immediately go, well, that doesn't feel right. Wait a minute.
Yeah.
Wait a minute. That doesn't.
I don't know what it is, but I know it's definitely not that.
Yeah, exactly. And then we go into it a bit, and it's like, well, yeah, it's an RPG by every element that you could look at any RPG and go, well, so it has all these elements though.
Yeah.
So what the fuck are we doing?
Yeah.
And like Aiden and I were saying in that stream, we were like, if you had said it's a bad RPG, we'd have been like, oh yeah, it sucks.
Yeah,
it's not good.
It's not the best for sure.
it's not good. And like I was saying before, it's the 5e of RPGs. Like it is meant to get people into RPGs. That's it. And it did, and people love it. And I, not to say that they're wrong, but if they say it's a very good game, I go, okay, well,
okay.
I don't know about that.
Games, but okay.
I'm glad you like it so much.
Yeah.
Anyway. Dragon Quest 1 would be an early example of an RPG without a party or companions. Never played it. So I don't know.
I've never played a BioWare game before. Like none of their super popular RPGs. None of them.
None of them?
None of them. Never played Mass Effect, never played Dragon Age.
Oh, brother.
Yep.
I would highly recommend Mass Effect at least, like the trilogy of it.
Yeah, no, I've always heard they're super good, but now, especially now, I'm just like, eh.
That's fair. I mean, I played it all because I wanted to experience that, and it was a very good experience. I really enjoyed it. So,
I'm
but
sure
like,
great. I mean, there's a reason why they were so insanely popular while they were still like coming out and stuff.
Yep.
And they're probably still super popular now. I just don't keep up with them.
Yeah. I mean, the first three they fucking re-released them for a reason.
Yeah.
So, anyway. Okay, Lux also commented on that. It's a 5-parter? It's a 6-parter. Here we go. Excuse me. I'm already dying. Here we go. Listening to the... Excuse me. Oh, godness.
Oh, godness.
Oh, godness. My godness is leaving me. Okay. Listening to the earlier part of the video game, I feel like I may have to give the incorrect impression that forum RPGs are fast-paced and hectic. That is not the case. Maybe some forum somewhere speeds along at light speed, but in my experience, they're more likely to move at a glacial pace. You usually have plenty of time to write, although putting too high an expectation on yourself is a good way to stall out. It's more important to get a response out and make sure it's logical than craft your words perfectly. That's the advice I would give, even though I'm guilty of not following it. I don't have much to say about the first video, other than I don't think it's something I want to do. That was the no initiative system. Just gonna go.
There's a Beastman of Nurgle, and it's a warthog. Go on.
Nice. For the second video, the guy is just proclaiming the definition of an RPG that he just came up with and stating it as an objective fact. Yes. It's usually how it works. Skyrim isn't an RPG, according to him, because he has defined RPG as something Skyrim isn't. And that's just not a compelling argument. He didn't even actually justify his definition. Whether you agree or disagree with him about it, he didn't show his work. Yeah, so what are you agreeing with, if you agree? Anyway, speaking of games with a lot of lore dumps, I've got another lore dump for you. It's been through a few rewrites, so hopefully I didn't screw up the editing. Also, it's pretty long, so I was going to cut it down, but I felt like that compromised the story. Up to you how to handle it. I might expand this part into a full-length story someday, but for now, the Norns have spoken. Okay. Let's see. That's a lot. That's a lot. That's a lot. And that is a lot. Okay, here we go.
So, TLDR?
So, no. That would mean I'd have to read it and then tell you. Dragon's Quest 1 isn't BioWare, it's from Enix before it was Square Enix, and it was on the NES.
It's a Beastman, that's a fucking elephant! Yo!
Nice. Okay, so... Having established control over the Valkyrian state, Dragato was now faced with the more difficult task of keeping it. In the first decade after the 3000 Dawn era, King Sigraf of Dragato focused on building up his kingdom's military forces. for the war that would inevitably come, bringing numerous warriors from the northern tribes into his army while greatly expanding the infantry with arquebusiers. I don't know if that's actually how you pronounce it, but I know an arquebus. And pikemen from his own kingdom's peasantry. By the end of that decade, Sigraf had taken on so much debt that Dragato would have been obligated to begin a major war, even if one had not come on its own. Aside from that, the promise to the northern tribes of war and plunder in the rich southern lands could not be revoked without dire consequences. Like I said, I have a book out here. That's fine. In Valsirion, Skara continued strengthening her hold on the reins of power. Her takeover of that kingdom was not without resistance from its people, and the puppet queen, Yaren's coronation, or Jaren's, I don't remember, was immediately followed by an outbreak of more rebels from all quarters. But Skara's forces were nonetheless able to continue pushing these rebels back, and the pacification of the lands proceeded slowly but surely. Ever the pragmatist, Skara did not impose the harsh laws of Dragato on the softer Valsirian populace, but sought rather to accommodate the traditional culture and lifestyle of that kingdom. Her aim was to gain the Valsirians' loyalty, or at least their acceptance of her authority, not to remake their state in Dragato's image. This policy eventually achieved its aims as the Valsirians finally grew weary enough to view the new order as preferable to continued chaos. Those two, unyielding in their nationalism to lay down their arms, ultimately found their deaths on the battlefield or under the headsman's axe.
Yeah. Under the headsman's ass, yeah.
In 3004, King Dasmar of Saldanis was the first foreign king to move against Dragato. As Queen Mindra's coronation had been their victory, and the Saldonian nobility would not sit idly by as it was snatched away. Unfortunately, Saldanis did not share a border with Valsirion at the time, and was thus obligated to negotiate for military access with Landanis or Varskalin, neither of which saw much advantage to themselves in Saldanis restoring its influence over the Valsirian crown. In the end, Saldanis purchased access from Varskalin for a hefty sum of cash and an advantageous renegotiation of trade deals in Varskalin's favor. And this only for a one-time movement of troops across the borders. This limitation forced the Saldonian army to occupy a number of Valsirian cities as bases, raid the surrounding countryside for supplies, and press Valsirian peasants into their ranks by forcing to make up for casualties. Predictably, these actions earned no love from the Valsirians, and the armed rebel forces resisted the Saldonians just as fiercely as they did the Dragatoans. Drink? Excuse me. Skara was content to let the enemy forces weaken each other, while she gathered more troops from Dragato. In early winter, despite still being significantly outnumbered, she swept south without warning and quickly dislodged and exhausted Saldonians from their fortified positions, then routed them in the Battle of Arna Hill as they attempted to regroup. Afterwards, Skara's forces drove the fleeing Saldonians into a series of 7 ambushes. In the last of these, Dasmar himself was shot down by arrows, and the Saldonians were at last shattered beyond recovery. The timing of this attack was deliberate, for the defeated army now had to flee across countryside back to Saldanis before it could regroup, and deep winter set in before the soldiers could reach shelter. Most froze to death. Goodness, my brain is dying. Or deserted along the way, and Saldanis was in no position to make another attempt at challenging Dragato on its own after this. Indeed, Dasmar's death left Saldanis with its own succession crisis to settle. To pour salt on this wound, the Valsirian court under Skara's control encouraged the states of Landanis and Varmor to each carve off a slice of territory from the weakened kingdom, which they readily did. In the following years, Dragatoan and Valcyrian diplomats sought to promote the idea of Valcyrian political supremacy over the other kingdoms. Though the rulers of other kingdoms knew this to be a ploy to increase Dragatoan influence, some of the weaker states saw opportunity to curry favor with the rising power, while others were compelled by religious elements among their own populace to go along with it. Excuse me. But the most powerful states of the time staunchly opposed Dragato's upstart ambitions. 3. In 3012, King Sigraf died of illness. Skara became queen of Dragato, but chose to rule from Argondus and continue her regency over Valcyrian, rather than returning to her homeland. Excuse me. Her eldest offspring, Prince Gravoth, also died suddenly, leaving Vaskar Dragato as her second eldest to become crown prince. Though Skara suspected Vaskar of causing his brother's death, no evidence of this could be found. The Vaskar squarely denied his involvement. After trying unsuccessfully to elicit a confession, Skara pivoted suddenly, publicly declaring Vaskar's innocence and conferring on him the title of Crown Prince. In the next breath, Skara ordered Vaskar back to Dragato to direct the government of the kingdom in her stead. The two never met in person again, and all correspondence from that point on seems to have been limited to the formal exchange of orders and reports. As news of events spread abroad, Dragato's opponents objected to Skara's continuing regency over Valcyrian when she ruled a kingdom of her own. Skara's response was not only to refuse these kingdoms' demands to relinquish her regency, but to send their envoys home without their heads. This act was met in turn by a joint declaration of war by Galcerian, Marmornon, Landonis, and Saldonis, who raised their banner as the Central Coalition. This time, Varskalin buckled easily under pressure from the four allies, allowing Marmornon and Saldonis to march unimpeded into the Valcyrian Basin's southern pass, while Galcerian and Landonis attacked Dragato directly. While the precise battlefield tactics used in the conflict are beyond the scope of this overview, suffice it to say that King Sigraf's military spending paid off here. Though still severely outnumbered, the combination of Dragato's defensive advantage, innovations in weaponry, and the skill of its fighters... fighters kept the enemy forces at bay. Perhaps most decisively... goodness... The southern armies still had not learned to effectively fight against mounted steppe archers, whereas Dragato had long studied the southern techniques of fortification and siege by this time. Skara's own tactical acumen should also not be discounted here, for a less capable commander could have easily squandered all of these advantages. Excuse me. Goodness, I'm dying. When 3012 ended, without significant gains by the coalition, excuse me, a number of other kingdoms entered the war on Dragato's side, seizing the opportunity to capture territory. Specifically, Marcyrian moved against Landonis, Varmor, and Van Skalin. Van? I thought it was Var. Jointly attacked Sardonis, and Brandonis struck forth into Marmornon. This allowed Dragato to focus on a major push into Marcyrian, which soon buckled. Landonis collapsed next. From here, Skara led the army south and forced Saldonis to capitulate. The final settlement saw Marcyrian, Landonis, and Saldonis submit as vassals to Dragato. In addition, Dragato directly annexed half of each kingdom, while the fourth of Landonis was given to Marcyrian, and a fourth of Saldonis was divided between Varmor and Van Skalin. Have I been reading it wrong this whole time? I might have been. Anyway.
I can't see it.
Marmornon escaped Dragato's immediate wrath, but was forced to cede a number of cities to Brandonis to buy peace. a Varskalin and Vanskalin are 2 different kingdoms? Oh, they're very similar, man. Okay. Yeah. Excuse me. With this outcome, none were left with the power or perceived right to dislodge the Valsyrian state from Dragaton control. Even so, Skara maintained her official stance as servant to the Valsyrian throne, though the laws she advanced gave her ever broader authority to that role, or in that role. By the time Queen Yaren reached the age of majority in 1315. God, my brain. 3015. Huh. Skarin's law codes would have rendered Jaren's position as an almost entirely ceremonial one. Still, it became Yaren's sole right at the time to ratify or reject those changes. Also, not to say that the 2 being similar is a problem or anything. It's just they're so similar that I'm getting mixed up. Anyway, though trained in formal etiquette and ceremony from childhood, Jaren's tutors appointed by Skara had not instructed her on the finer points of statecraft. Indeed, Skara had ensured that Yaren, I'm just gonna say Yaren, would never be troubled by such discomforting subjects as politics and war. Such tedious work was meant for Yaren's subjects, not the Holy Queen herself. It was unsurprising then that Yaren's first and only act as ruler was to consent to Skara's continued management of all state affairs in her name. Thus, Skara's time as regent ended with her lifelong and hereditary appointment of the title of Royal Steward of Valsyrian. That was essentially the last moment in which Dragato's takeover of the Dawnlands could have been realistically prevented. With Yaren's, official sanction, Skara's control of Valsyrian became legitimate in every way that mattered, and any aggression against Dragato became an act of war against the gods themselves. For the remaining decades of Yaren's life, the Holy Queen would see only a world of absolute opulence. All that she knew existed only to serve her every whim, and no trace of ugliness or sorrow was allowed to exist in her sight. Or if she ever did see it, she pretended not to. She had, at any rate, no desire to change this state of affairs. In the meantime, Skara pressured most of the remaining kingdoms one by one into submission, with political force where she could, and armed force where she must. No single kingdom could stand against Dragato now, and those who dared to speak of alliance were quickly denounced for conspiracy. For Skara's spies went out to every quarter so that nothing could be said without her knowing. As with Valsyrian before, the bureaucratic administration of each kingdom was steadily filled with Skara's chosen appointees, and the power of the royal families was eroded away. At the end of Skara's life, a remnant of Marmornon, as well as Brendanus and the kingdoms of the western coast, still held out independence, but all the other kingdoms had become mere puppets of Dragato. 4. Okay.
Need some water?
I've been drinking it.
Oh, okay then.
Excuse me.
Need some fucking motor oil then.
Apparently. Writers of the Vaskaran dynasty almost always portrayed Skara as a virtuous and noble hero dedicated to ending the chaos of the late Dawn era, and the few who bucked this trend were quickly pushed out of the public life. Historians of later dynasties have been less forgiving of her moral faults. In latter days, she is referred to by Dragatones as an illustrious devil, a title meant to reflect the mixed admiration and dread her memory inspires. Though she is typically regarded as a villain, she did lay the groundwork for the unified Dragatone Empire, preventing potential creatures of warfare between competing states. Excuse me. As Dragatones of much later times discovered the effects of nuclear war on... Sorry. Nuclear war got me there. Nuclear war on other inhabited worlds, appreciation of this outcome became especially widespread. It's also that if I do this for too long, continuously, my throat dies.
Yeah, I can tell.
And yet, I do a podcast.
Yep. Very smart.
Both interpretations of her character owe more political concern than actual fact. She would certainly resort to any brutal action she found necessary and clearly placed the strategic advantage of any action far above any moral consideration. But in this regard, she was not unique among contemporary rulers and nobles, all of whom pursued their own interest in whatever way was expedient. There's a lot more to go. I know, Lux, don't worry. In contextualizing her actions, we do not suggest that she was immune to the corrupting effect that inherently accompanies power. And, in her lifetime, she rose to the greatest height of power anyone in her world had achieved since the fall of Argondus to the Felkarai. Furthermore, she was Dragatoan, and therefore not in the habit of checking her wrath whenever it boiled over. It is unclear whether the execution of foreign diplomats that provoked the War of 3012 represented a failure to control herself, as Dragato had been preparing for the war for some time beforehand. But that was hardly the only known occasion where she took out her frustration violently. If Alejo needs a sec, Boo could tag in. No, I got it. Don't worry.
I can't see it. I'm looking at miniatures and playing RuneScape.
That's true. This is how this goes, everyone. I read.
Yeah. He reads and dies.
The other two do whatever they do.
Yes.
No, it's all good. I just, I'm still recovering from my fucking throat being dead before. It's still not fully back, but it's better. Aside from her personal conduct, Skara has often been criticized for failing to prevent her steppe warriors from plundering cities that fell to her. Unfortunately, there was little she could have done about this, as Sigraf had enticed those warriors into the Dragatoan army with the offer of that plunder, and their loyalty was contingent on that promise being upheld. Excuse me, goodness. In truth, I might get a cough drop after this. In truth, she seems to have actually attempted to rein that behavior in to the greatest extent that would have been feasible, limiting what was sanctioned to the mere looting of valuables, while forbidding wanton cruelty and destruction.
I'll be right back real quick, sorry.
Yeah, you're good. This order was widely ignored at first, and Skara provided her seriousness by imposing a death lottery on the looters, slaying around 1/10 of their number. Oh. After this, the looters generally adhered to Skara's restrictions, although perfect compliance was never fully achieved. Excuse me, goodness. Let me get that cough drop now. It'll only take me a second. Cough drop. I meant many cough drops. Just in case. Okay, so my reading is going to be a little weird now that I'm doing this. But apparently I need it. Okay. Skara's personal writings indicated that this was a subject of frustration for her throughout the war. We should, of course, not ascribe too altruistic a motive to her in this effort, as she likely only did this to prevent excessive infrastructural damage to the conquered cities, and to avoid angering the citizens more than necessary. I was iffy on including the nuclear war reference, but that should give you an idea of how far the history is eventually going. That's fair. It is impossible to say whether Skara would have initiated Dragacho's southern expansion on her own. The initial incursion into Valserion was ordered by Sigraf, and it is not clear that Skara initially supported the action. Prior to this, Skara had spent her time campaigning in the north, and had begun to prepare for a large-scale attack on the Demon Moor, which was ultimately postponed until the time of Vaskara's reign. Skara did request the assignment once the decision had been made, but her argument was grounded on the reasoning that As the heir apparent, it was appropriate for her to take the central role in such an important venture, so that she could establish the connections and policies that would need to be carried forward into her time as ruler. Excuse me. I apologize that I'm taking a little longer to read this. I'm trying to also suck on the cough drop. Sygraf had intended to conduct the operation himself, and this reminder of his mortality and advanced age was quite brazen. However, he was compelled by the logic, and additionally felt that such boldness of ambition would be useful for the task at hand. Thus the king acceded, and passed what he had considered the work of his own life onto his daughter, thereby making himself a mere footnote on her page of history. Although this sacrifice of personal glory for the good of the kingdom and dynasty is hard for many to believe, it is a tendency noted to repeat among Scotland rulers from time to time. Throughout history, and there is little doubt that the gods of Argondis had some hand in the design. They immediately set up a Stellaris empire based on this? Hell yeah. That's cool. Regarding Skara's abilities as a leader, it is generally said that her true strength lay in the realm of politics, though she did not rate poorly as a military commander. In both realms, she was certainly able to use the advantages given to her, generally avoided terrible blunders, and was able to save herself whenever fortune turned against her. Her political career speaks for itself, as she was able to subjugate the Valsyrian kingdom and then go on to dominate the rest of the Dawnlands within her lifetime. Though she eventually became too powerful for any foe to withstand, it was an uphill battle to reach that point. Her military ability is harder to gauge. She could not be called inept, but the army she initially led was her father's invention, and most of the methods she used had their origin in the minds of others. Because she lived in a time where when military rank in the south was typically inherited by birth, and most powerful enemies who opposed her lacked any real merit. Dragaton military tradition was influenced more by the necessities of the North rank. Of the North. Rank still favored heredity, but a great demand was placed on the highborn to be worthy of their positions, and titles could be lost if sufficient competence were not demonstrated. Thus, while Skara was not the greatest tactician, even among her contemporaries, many capable officers came to her and found this their place. Whatever she may have personally lacked in tactical skill, she made up for by recognizing talent and following good advice. 5. Okay. Let me just let the cough drop, do its thing for a second. Ooh, okay. Unfortunately, Skara also created her own worst enemies through the increasingly apparent extent of her ambition, and the harsh action she took in pursuit of it. Even as kingdoms submitted, rebel forces raised their flags, threatening always to tear apart the empire she was building. Though these rebels were never possessed the wealth or numbers of the central coalition, their leaders often proved more competent, such that Skara was known to remark that they were much more worrisome. Worse than rebels, however, were the traitors within Skara's own forces. As Skara's realm grew, so too grew the conspiracies among her officers. She was fortunate enough that these elements did not all act with one purpose. Some mean to return true supremacy to the Valsyrian crown, others meant to restore the independence of kingdoms, and a few only wished to see Skara's life ended for personal justice or revenge. Thanks to their disunity, the various factions often tripped over each other, spoiling one another's efforts and sometimes exposing their members. Despite this, several plans came close to fruition, and Skara survived no fewer than 5 major assassination attempts over the course of her life, before finally being brought low by a trusted general. If Skara's public life saw her steady rise to the pinnacle of the world, her private life was the opposite. Where she began her time in the world as a promising and enthusiastic Dragatoan princess, she had fallen to a mere shell of herself by the end. For every step she took forward on her road to power, she seemed doomed to lose something dear to herself. In every war she fought, siblings and close friends perished. The losses of her father and eldest son have been noted, and these seem to have affected her deeply. Though Vaskar lived, Skara considered him lost to her as well, and the sentiment was mutual. At some point after the Coalition War, Skara forsook the austere discipline of Dragatoan nobility and gave herself over to the hedonism of the Valsyrian royal court. Perhaps lured in by Yaren herself, while this was a breach of the standards which Dragatoan tradition had held for its warrior class, with the monarch being no exception, Skara was politically untouchable at that point and beyond the legal consequences for such a failing. Instead, she drew a significant portion of Dragatoan leadership into debauchery, along with herself, and Dragato thereafter never rid itself of the resulting corruption. Despite being all but lost to vice and addiction before the end, Skara somehow managed to continue governing. Even though it became an increasing chore for her, perhaps her saving grace, if it could be called such, was the paranoia that took root in her thoughts early on, and grew with each betrayal she endured, until at last it had become all-consuming. Because of that abject inability to trust anyone with matters of great import, Skara never released the reins of power to retreat fully into Yaren's pleasure dome, and the ministers who may have helped to supplant her never got their chance. If there was another positive effect from this, it was that Skara became increasingly adverse to war, doing all that she could to achieve her ends without having to lead troops out of Argondis, or send a general to win glory in her place. This is not to say that she gave up on warfare altogether, and she would still drag herself to the front line against anyone who was truly set on being her enemy. Ultimately, it seemed that her desire to dominate the world was still greater than any other vice she indulged. Skara survived in the state until 3026 Dawn Era. In that year, while conducting a campaign against Marmornon, Skara quartered in a temple on Mount Drogon, leaving General Drox Kodo to guard the road. In the night, General Kodo's soldiers ascended the mountain and set fire to the temple. Though Skara had spotted the soldiers approaching and left the temple, scouts caught her fleeing through the woods and dragged her before the general, who unceremoniously ran her through with his sword, or threw on his sword, and left her body where it fell. As Kodo had served Skara faithfully for years prior, the reason for his sudden betrayal remains a mystery. Some have suggested a private love affair between the two which ended in a fatal quarrel, while others have linked Kodo's family to a monastic order which Skara had destroyed for rebellion the previous year. Another common theory is that Kodo had grown disgusted with Skara's decline into moral depravity and could no longer stand to bend his knee to one he found so unworthy of the Dragatoan throne. The true answer will never be known, as the general did not survive long enough after the incident to tell it. Skara's death left Crown Prince Vaskar Drogato to ascend the throne as King Vaskar. The acts of the new king will be discussed in a future chapter. Woo! It is really cool. Very cool stuff. Hey. I have a cough drop now.
That's good.
Yep. Good stuff, Flux, as always. And let's see. We'll go through a couple more and then we can just chill for a little bit. So I can stop reading for a little bit. So Timothy on 152, do you hate evil PCs? Says, Hello, bros. It is I from the past talking about stuff from even more in the past, and oh boy, not a good video. I don't know what Guy was doing. It was kind of weird seeing Guy talk like that. I hope he is not as mad as he used to be on this topic. There was no need for that kind of venom, but I got most of my salt out during the show, so now I just wish Guy the best. I have a bit more lore now. First things first, which name is better, Wilbur or Gavin for my Tabaxi character? I don't see a lot of Wilburs, honestly. Gavin's also pretty good. Or Galvin, excuse me, Galvin.
Oh, Galvin.
Yeah.
I would personally vote Galvin just because I'm not a fan of the name Wilbur personally,
That's fair,
but that's just me.
fair. I usually gravitate towards G's for my names, so Galvin would be my first choice if I were to make it, because, like I said, gravitate towards G. So go for Galvin, sure. I just don't see a lot of Wilburs.
Yeah.
I saw in a video, Tabaxi names are really deep and fancy sounding, such as one who brings Jade from the mountains, shortened to Jade for play reasons and time saving, but that came from the video I watched, so I don't really want to use that one. So those two names at the front are the most fancy names I could think of. I'm open to more ideas for names after I go into his backstory if anyone wants. A sunrise of brilliance can be seen over a lake of clear water, and under a few pine trees sits the smoking corpse of a campfire with 2 bedrolls beside it. Sitting up from a dead sleep, Star Ruby slaps himself awake and looks around. I had worse beds, he thought. He looked over at his boss, still fast asleep, flat as a starfish. "Boss, wake up!" yelled Star Ruby. No sound from the passed out sorcerer. Instead of yelling again, Star Ruby picked up the camp and then picked up Leroy's bedroll and all. Leroy, bedroll and all, and started off down the road. We better find food soon, thought Star Ruby. The last of the hardtack is gone, and I could really go for some mead right about now. Sometime later, after being carried for 5 miles, Leroy started to wake up, blinking his eyes. He spoke, "Let me down, if you don't mind." Star Ruby then proceeded to gently drop him, stumbling around for a moment, and then shaking his head. Where the hell are we?" Leroy said. "About 3 miles from the closest town," Star Ruby stated. Looking in his bag of holding, damn, where did that map go? Pulling out a large scroll and looking at it. "Aha! I think this is the town where the IMO's South Branch HQ is," Leroy said, in a joyful tone. What does that mean?" Star Ruby grumbled. My great-grandfather is 3rd chair there," he said, "and I have not seen him in 6 years." And then out of nowhere, they heard, "Stop that horse!" The two looked ahead on the path and saw a cream-colored horse running towards them, with a skinny feline bolting on all 4s after it. Thinking for a split moment, Leroy said, "Star, stop the horse." And like a flash, Star Ruby jumped in the way of the horse, putting both hands out to stopping the horse in its tracks. The feline, with light gray fur all over and really out of breath, made it to the pair, now on 2 legs. Huff puff. "Thanks a bunch." Huff puff. "You're a tabaxi," said Leroy. "Yep," said the panting? Skinny feline in return. "You don't know how much you helped me right now. I used my last gold coin on this fussy little guy." Sorry, I just like the fussy little guy. That's a good payment for this. It could go for at least 5 around here, said Leroy, looking at the pack animal. "Wow, you know that so quickly. Glad I didn't get ripped off." Just then, the horse bucked off the bag on its back, knocking a small drum and a bunch of paper with drawings on it, on them. "Artist, huh?" said Leroy. The best I can," replied the tabaxi. Well, since you're out of money, how about I buy you a drink at the town up ahead? Said Leroy. The Tabaxi's eyes opened wide. I'm liking you guys already. And so the trio went on towards the town. Well, that's all for now. I hope it was fun to read. Have a nice day. Yeah. Thanks,
I
Timothy.
didn't read it, but it was fun to listen to.
Yeah. And then, oh my goodness, Lux, you have another big ol' one here. It's not multi-part, so there is that. I will go through it. Here we go. So, also on Do You Hate Evil PCs? Lux says, personally, I'm sorry to hear how much Guy dislikes evil characters. Me too. I feel that this is quite intolerant of him, to be honest. All I've ever wanted was to incorporate the emerging capabilities of the awakening cosmos into my being, to bend every particle in every universe to my will, and to sweep aside all that has ever existed so that only my own dominion will stand eternally. Is that really so much to ask? Also, here's something I wish I'd remembered sooner, because it's the best counterexample to Guy I've thought so far. Bowser joins the party in Super Mario RPG. It could be pointed out that all the characters I mentioned in chat were villains who lose in their own stories, but Bowser actually joins the player's party, and the fact that he's unambiguously evil isn't a secret from the other characters. He kidnaps Peach in the opening scene of the game, and the first thing you do is go to his castle and rescue her. He doesn't die or reform at the end either. He gets the thing he's after when he joins the party, or technically when he lets the party join him. That's right. And his motivation for working with the party remains nothing but pure self-interest throughout the whole thing. And yet, this doesn't feel disruptive and doesn't make the party any less heroic. I'll never pass up the opportunity, or an opportunity to praise Bowser, as you shouldn't.
Yeah.
He's the best boy. Even though he's an evil boy, he's still best.
Yeah.
So anyway, back to
he's likable.
That's right. So anyway, back to the lore. I didn't get through as much as I wanted, but I had to think and rethink things a lot, which made for a slow process. This is definitely still a skeleton of a story, though with room for a lot of details to be filled in at some point. Okay. Following Skara's murder, the traitor Drox Kodo attempted to defect to Marmornon. Oh, shit. Yeah. That's the one. Marmornon. There we go. Queen Delsa of Marmornon initially accepted Kodo's defection, but secretly intended to trade him back to Dragato for a more favorable peace agreement. Unfortunately, the plan was overheard and reported to Kodo, who rebelled and stormed the queen's palace. With the royal court as his hostage, Kodo sent messengers to Bradanus, offering to sell Marmornon to that country. Klar Torok, was the first Dragaton commander to react to Kodo's actions. While the other generals awaited orders, Torok gathered an army with his personal resources and entered Marmornon in pursuit of the traitor. The Marmonian, wouldn't it be Marmornian?
Eh.
I don't know. Military offered no resistance, and some of their number joined forces with him as he marched on the capital city of Alunda. Besieging the city, Torok announced that he was there only for Kodo's head, promising to free the queen and leave the citizens unharmed. The inhabitants responded by overwhelming Kodo's guards at the gate, which they threw open to allow Torok's entry.
Torok's?
Torok's. Excuse me.
Oh.
Yeah, it's Torok. He's there!
Torok's the brass bull. Yo.
I was thinking Turok.
Oh, him too.
Dinosaur Hunter.
Yeah.
Or just Guy in the newer one. Ugh.
Yeah.
Riding into the city with his best mounted fighters, Torok smashed through the palace gate and pierced Kodo through on his lance. Oh. Thrown into disorder, Koto's remaining soldiers scattered from the city in flight, but were rowed down and killed to the last. With that, Tarok kept his word and departed from Argondus and to present Koto's head. While this was occurring, news of Skara's death reached Crown Prince Vaskar, who immediately set out for Argondus, where he compelled Queen Yaren to personally officiate his mother's funeral, as well as his own coronation. Vaskar was also privately informed of Koto's flight to Marmarnon and Tarok's pursuit, which the king interpreted as an attempt by the latter to gain clout within the Dragatoan military hierarchy in its time of political uncertainty, creating a center of power around himself that could rival that of the king. Vaskar thus kept that news quiet and proclaimed an official pardon for Koto, stating that although the general was legally guilty of treason, Skara's personal conduct had become unfit for a Dragatoan queen, and her execution had thus been an act of patriotic loyalty to Dragato. Thus, when Tarok arrived, he was not given the expected accolades for his victory, but was seized by Vaskar's lictors to be cut down. Oh. I'm gonna pretend I wasn't also thinking about Tarok. Nice. In my head, Galvin is a playboy hippie artist type. Hey, there you go. Yeah. Do it. Before the fatal blow could be struck, a large body of lords and civil officials came forth to intercede on Tarok's behalf, tearing their clothes and shedding tears. Oh. Among these was a silver-haired Salu named Tumuna, whose birth was too low for a surname, but whose fame as a scholar and military tactician was considerable. Having passed the Valsyrian magisterial exam with high honors shortly before Skara's arrival in Valsyrian, Tumuna had offered her service to the Dragatoan queen, whom she impressed with her insightful recommendations in both political and military strategy. Though Skara had always sensed a danger in Tumuna, and never granted her noble title, she had promoted her rapidly through the ranks of the Valsyrian state administration and kept her always close at hand. Among the Dragatoan generals, she was well respected. Tumuna said to Vaskar, "Though the queen was guilty of many faults, as you have said, Dragato rose to greatness under her rule, and her loss still grieves the soldiers. It is well enough to pardon Koto for doing justice by Dragatoan tradition, but his going over to Delsa was treacherous, and he would have escaped retribution were he not slain where he was. Tarok acted wrongly in pursuing him without your command, but his actions were for love of his country. If Koto is forgiven, then surely it is right for you to forgive Tarok as well." Vaskar replied, "The point is well spoken. I will spare Tarok from death, but his life is owed to Tumuna, and he is demoted to warrant officer. Let no general march again without my command." Accepting this, the crowd departed, and so it was Tumuna rather than Tarok who gained influence with the generals. This is thought to have been Vaskar's design, for a Salu was not the threat to his rule that a Skalin like Tarok could have been. Though Vaskar was a skilled fighter in personal combat, his abilities as a commander were far short of his mother's, and he knew that he would need to rely on another general to direct the army. Tumuna fit perfectly into this role, and Vaskar assigned her a command of her own soon after this incident. Tumuna was first ordered to finish the invasion of Marmornon. That state had little resistance left to offer on its own, but the forces of Brindanis came forth to aid in its defense. Nonetheless, Tumuna prevailed, driving Brindanis' armies off and capturing Marmornon's cities swiftly, thanks to the development of heavier cannons that made short work of walls and gates. In this campaign, Tumuna also made more extensive use of both light and heavy cannon in the open field than any other commander had before, devastating the Bredonian cavalry and felling many of their most notable officers. Okay. After Marmornon surrendered, Vaskar at last awarded Tamuna the noble title of Countess, giving her descendants the surname of Val Tamuna. Among the lands seized from Marmornon was the Castle Cadrol outside Alunda, which was made Tamuna's personal fief, giving her the toll revenue on merchants passing in and out of the capital, in addition to the rents on local lands. Vaskar also raised Tamuna to the military rank of Field Marshal, giving her full authority over the Dragatoan military. From here, Tamuna went on to subjugate Bredanus, which folded swiftly with its trade network cut off. Perona, Valruna, and Galruna were expected to put up a hard fight from their mountain fastnesses, but this did not turn out so. As Tamuna entered Perona, she learned that the defenders of a narrow ravine that led to the capital had deserted their posts to protect their own villages from raids. Though some officers objected that this could be a trap, as an army sent through such a narrow passage could have been easily hemmed in from both ends and destroyed, Tamuna nonetheless sent a detachment of 5,000 troops through, which passed unopposed. Lucky. These troops barely had time to delay siege works and around the city before King Clodio came out to submit. Spirits in Valruna and Galruna were even worse. As soon as word of Perona's capitulation reached these kingdoms, they sent out their own messengers to Tamuna, offering terms of full surrender. And with that whimper, the Dawn lands at last passed under Dragato's complete dominion. Though Tamuna made no complaint, she seems to have been quite dispirited by this, as she sent the terms of submission along to Vaskar by messenger, along with the surrendering monarchs themselves, while she herself returned silently to Cadrol and fell into a brooding malaise. What befell Shadowguard under the Dragatoan ascendancy will be told soon. Whew, there you go.
That's a lot.
That was a lot. It's good stuff.
Is there more?
There's a bunch more, yeah. But I'm just gonna
I thought there were 6 parts.
Oh no, that was the other one.
How many parts total are left?
Oh, don't worry. There's only 3 more from Lux. Don't worry.
I thought they were all from Lux.
No. What? No.
Yeah, I thought this was all Lux's world building.
Oh, no. I've just been going up through the comments. Some of this has been Timothy. Some of this has been the other stuff that we've read about the actual
I see.
videos and stuff. Yeah. Got only 3 more from Lux. So, but I'm going to take a moment, take a break. We're going to talk a little bit about other stuff. I just need a second.
Yeah, you need to let your voice rest.
Yeah. A storyline I have in mind is both Galvin and Leroy have a bad past with their families due to acting different than them, but they have different outlooks on life. Fair enough. By becoming friends with Galvin, Leroy will hopefully grow and get past his shortcomings. Fair enough.
Yeah.
Greater as a whole than as, individuals. Fair enough. Have you seen... I want to say it's called Turbo Overkill.
No.
Oh, brother. Let me make sure that is the game that I am thinking of.
Okay.
And then, if it is, I think that you would absolutely love Turbo Overkill. Yep, that's the one.
Okay.
You ever wanted to have a chainsaw on your leg? So when you slide through enemies and they get fucking jibbed?
I didn't think I needed that, but I feel like I should experience that now.
I've looked at gameplay and stuff of that, and my god, all of everything is so good in that game.
Turbo Overkill?
Turbo Overkill. It is apparently one of the best shooters that's come out recently.
There it is.
Legitimately, you get RoboCopped in the beginning.
That's cool.
It's pretty cool.
Yeah. I like the art style already.
Mm-hmm. It's cyberpunk plus some other stuff. Very cool.
Yeah. Oh, so
Oh.
now is it finished or is it early access? Oh, it's finished.
I
Okay.
don't actually know. I think
It's finished.
Okay, it is finished now. Okay, cool.
Yeah, I'm saying
Yeah,
it's
yeah,
not
yeah.
in.
Because they put out it's from Apogee.
I don't know who Apogee
Oh,
is.
you don't Duke Nukem 3D, I think.
Oh, okay.
And they did a lot of stuff, a lot of old games. Like they've been around
Nice.
forever.
Okay.
And
Yo,
John St.
there's
John,
the chainsaw leg.
yeah, John St. John is in it. He's a little AI buddy, as well as your
Oh,
dad.
cool. Yeah, he's your what?
He's your dad.
Nice.
He does 2 different characters that I know of,
Cool.
and he does a good job.
Oh, damn. Got the dual.
He's not
wielding
doing
with
the
some
Duke
guns?
voice, so it's like, oh, good, thank God. You don't need to do that again.
Yeah. Destroy your throat.
Yeah. I'm gonna punch your balls and then drink a beer and
I'm all out of balls.
yeah, exactly. Right, like
Time to chew gum and eat ass, and I'm all out of ass. Stupid
I love
fucking reversal.
those Duke Nukem
No,
quotes.
kick gun and chew ass.
Yeah,
No,
yeah. I love those Duke Nukem quotes.
kick
Just-
gum and chew ass.
they're
yeah.
so funny.
Yeah, it's such a stupid meme, but
It's such a good one though. They're so
yeah, no, it's
funny.
really good.
There's that, and then there's something that's coming later on that I gotta find what the name of it is. That's another one that you might also be interested in, because I'm interested in it, and I can't wait.
Yeah, no, I'm super big into fucking retro RPGs.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
shooters.
Yeah. No, I know. Which is why I
Speaking
figured
of-
I'd let you know about that one.
Yeah, I'll definitely take a look at that one. You need to get bolt gun still, don't you?
I do. Yeah, I still haven't gotten it
The
myself.
bolt gun's still good.
Yeah, I know. I need it.
Yep. It's not incredible, but it's definitely good.
Right. Yeah. Oh, look up Mouse.
Mouse.
Yes, Mouse. The art style is fucking great. You'll
Okay.
know it immediately.
Mouse.
It's a shooter as well.
Oh, is it fucking? Oh, it is.
It's that old like Mickey
Yup,
Mouse
it's like-
fucking
yeah.
like
Oh, I dig it.
yeah, cartoony.
It's
kind
like
of thing.
fucking Cuphead.
Yes, but
and
it's
like
a
the
first-person
Steamboat.
shooter.
Yeah.
It's Steamboat Willie. Yes, there you go.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
Steamboat Willie.
That's
yeah.
the one. Yeah, I when I saw that, I was just like, oh my god, this looks great.
Yeah. I do certainly hope that they change the level design, because right now the level design looks like shit.
Well, I mean, that's like proof of concept. There's no like actual
Yeah,
anything
yeah.
going on right yet. So yeah.
Like the character animations, the gun animations, the menus, the items, that all looks
Yep.
fucking great.
Yep.
But yeah, as long as they start giving like Steamboat Willie style
Yeah, exactly.
environments, fuck yeah.
Yeah, I'm really hoping that
Because
that
that's
one turns
essentially
out
just
well.
wireframes.
Yeah, exactly. It yeah, I saw that and I was like, oh, so
Yeah.
2024, I think, something like that.
Ah, okay, yeah. Oh, well, release date to be announced, so
Oh, okay.
possibly not even.
possibly
I'm
not
just
even.
so looking forward to fucking Forgive Me Father 2. God.
So yeah, that's gonna be great.
And you need to finish that as well.
I do. And the new Bloodlines is coming out 2024 now.
Oh,
which
okay.
I actually don't have as much faith in it because
Really?
it's being developed by the Chinese Room, which did Machine for Pigs. Amnesia Machine for Pigs. Which
Now,
is,
Machine for Pigs wasn't terrible. It was-
so this is the thing. Yeah, I hear that it's I haven't played it myself, but I
Oh,
hear
okay.
I hear middling things, which makes me
Yeah,
go Bloodlines is not a middling game. Like
Well,
it
now
can't
here,
be.
see, now here's the thing.
Hmm.
The reason why it was middling is because it was a different style of game from the first Amnesia.
Okay.
The first Amnesia was very much like there's a monster chasing me,
Yeah.
and you've got like the weird eldritch plot and stuff, whereas the second game didn't really have that. It was still very good.
Okay.
Do you intend to play that or no?
Yeah, I think that'll be a game that maybe I go through for the stream at some point, even just
Okay.
because like it's one of those games that like again it's a horror game, but it again was middling, so I was like, what even? And I remember seeing somebody play it a little bit, and then I just like as I was watching it, I was like, well, there's like nothing happening. So
That's the thing.
yeah, that's what made me go like, huh, okay.
Yeah. So the Chinese Room has done a lot of really, really good games.
Have they?
Yeah. And they actually have one of the best video game composers in the entire industry.
Oh, really?
I forget her name. Let me see.
Excuse me.
The Chinese Room composer. What is her name? Jessica Curry.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I don't know.
So Jessica Curry is extremely talented. Let me see.
Okay.
Let me see if I can find the music.
Yeah,
it is a
because
song.
well, I was just gonna say, because the Chinese Room, at least on Steam, we only have like 4 games, which is the Machine for Pigs, Everybody's Gone to the Rapture, which I remember that one being nothing. It's fucking
that
a
one.
walking sim. Also,
that
Dear
one's
Esther, walking sim of nothing, which I don't know why it has mostly positive. I've never heard of Little Orpheus. This is new to me.
Yeah, I've
and
never
then
heard of Little Orpheus.
Still Wakes the Deep, also something I've never heard of ever.
Yeah, those are a lot of very cerebral games. So
I
it's
wouldn't call
very
Dear Esther and Everybody's Gone to the Rapture cerebral. I just call them walking sims with no purpose.
Oh, do they not have much of a plot in that one?
No, or at least Dear Esther.
Because I know that Dear Esther has that's what I'm saying. It's very cerebral, where it's all about it is about something. It's just you really have to dig deep for the meaning. That's the problem.
I guess,
and so games like that don't tend to do very well.
I don't know, man. Like Gone Home is really good. Like if you've played Gone Home, it's all walking sim and its story is told via like notes and stuff, and
that was actually one that got super fucking memed on by story mode.
Yeah, I know, but they're wrong. So Gone Home is really good.
I saw the story. It did not look all that good to me. But
Gone Home is at least a good game. I'll give it that, but it's got at least more interactivity as well than fucking Dear Esther.
Okay. Well, I've never played any of them, and I've only seen that one.
Yeah.
So yeah.
But you were saying something about soundtrack.
Yeah, there's a song. Oh, whoops. So it's not gonna really. I would have to explain the story a bit, but this is the song. This is a song. I'm gonna send it to you specifically.
Okay.
It's just called Mandus, which is the name of the main character in the game. That plays at the tail end of the game, and without being able to explain the story, it's just going to sound pretty, but if you play through the game and you get to that point and you see you know the story, you hear what's being said during that moment, it's a very, very powerful and emotion-filled song at that point.
Yeah, I mean, it sounds really good.
It's very nice. And the thing is, she just does a lot of really fantastic music, so I'm hoping that the music will be good, but I guess now that I know that that's what they do, I had always heard like rave reviews about their games. I didn't realize they were just very, very cerebral walking sims.
Oh.
Yeah, that is a little bit worrying. But
like, way back even when they came out, nobody, like fucking, remember Total Biscuit? Yeah, he even would cover them, and like he's usually pretty, he's pretty honest with his stuff, and every time it was just like, well, I mean, there's a story here, but there's like nothing. Like sure, it's cerebral to a degree, but if you have to dig so deep to find anything, then
that's
it's
the
like
problem.
Then it's like, well, it's not cerebral, then it's just you really need to fucking, like, you have to go out of your way to do it, it's not connecting anything, which sucks.
That's the problem.
Yeah, that's why I say Gone Home is better, because it actually, like, you understand the story, like, from the beginning, and
okay, yeah, you know what, that's fair.
Yeah, like, and like the other thing is with story mode and internet historian, he's got some particular tastes.
He does.
So usually when he says something's not good, if it's not something that's very obvious, I'm like, wait a minute, what? Because when he said that, I remember listening to him say that about Gone Home and memeing on it. And I was like, oh, okay, weird. But it's not his type of game, so I get it.
Yeah.
I hear the song. Yeah, I played it for a little bit. Yeah, it sounds really nice.
It's a very pretty song. If you look, man, I wish I could explain the story, but I can't.
No, I got you. It's something that I'll have to experience myself.
Yes, it really is something you have to experience.
Yeah.
Or if you were to watch a playthrough of it, you would get the same thing.
Yeah.
But yeah, instead of a Machine for Pigs being more direct horror, where you've got the orb and shit, it's a lot more psychological, and it's a lot more psychological dread. Really
Interesting.
Yeah.
Okay.
So it is good. It's just not what people were expecting from an Amnesia game. So that's why, it's kind of like Halloween 3 Season of the Witch.
Oh, okay.
It's like that, where it's very good. It's just, the audience wanted something else.
Yeah, kind of when the title says Amnesia or Halloween, you would kind of expect something.
Yeah, you kind of expect that you expect what you got from the first game, which was a fucking groundbreaking, like game of the year kind of thing.
Yeah, and even if they didn't do exactly that again, it could have just been something similar. Yeah, which is why, it's usually why you use a name title or a brand title and you go with it to promote your thing. And if it doesn't work out, then usually that's kind of a point of it, because it's like, oh, well, we expected something because it's like somebody takes the name Aliens.
Yeah.
And they make Alien fucking Resurrection or whatever the fuck.
Yeah.
And it's like, oh, okay, well, huh.
Yeah, what a shame.
Even Alien 3 was, like, fine. Like, it's not great, but it's fine.
Yeah.
And then you go and you play Soma, and you're like, oh, wait a minute.
Yeah.
This is what Amnesia was.
Yeah.
It was this.
And that one's really good too.
It's got its own shit. Yeah.
Yeah. Did you ever play Soma, or have you
existential? I've watched Soma. I've watched all of Soma. I would love to play through it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would love to play through it just to have it myself, of like my own experience through it. Because even though I remember a lot of it, it's still really damn good.
Yeah, no, it's fantastic because of the whole, you understand what they're going for with it, right?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. It's so good.
It's very good.
It fucks with me. Because that's one of those things of if that was the case, then I would have the question of, oh god, am I me?
Uh-huh.
And that's the point. So
Yep.
Because it's not. I remember when people were shitting on it because they were like, "Oh, the monster's like nothing," and it kind of just comes out. And
that's
it's like,
that's not.
And I'm like, "Oh, cool. Yeah, that's not it. Cool."
That is not what is scary in this.
Exactly. People were thinking about Amnesia 1, right? And they were like, "Oh, the monster. That's the." But it's like, yeah, but there's a little bit more going on here if you just pay attention.
Yeah, and what's going on is significantly scarier than just Ooga Booga Big Monster.
Yes, exactly. That's why Soma is a great fucking game.
Goddamn.
Great story. Fuck.
Yeah. Terrifying. Fuck.
Oh, yeah. Fuck me. And it's not fucking, what was the Rebirth with its fear flashes.
God, yeah.
I fucking own that game because of Humble, and there's times where I go, hey, Humble, why'd you do this to me?
By the way, have you played The Bunker?
No, I haven't. Is that, how much is that, actually?
I don't know, actually.
Let me look.
So I didn't intend...
$25. Okay.
I didn't intend to play it.
Yeah.
But my god, I'm so glad I didn't buy it.
Oh, really?
Because the gameplay is good. What I've seen or what I saw a guy who did, the guy I was talking about who did Thinking City and Dark Corners of the Earth, how he does stories. Yeah. He did all the Amnesia games as well.
Gotcha.
And I was like, you know what? I'm not going to be playing The Bunker, not because I don't have anything against Amnesia. It's fine. I just don't really care. It's just not one of the ones I seek out, Fatal Frame.
Yeah.
Excuse me. My god, the ending in that game fucking sucks.
Oh, really?
Yeah, the ending is ass.
Okay.
And it's sad because I'm
Oh.
like, God damn, the whole thing was really good up until right here. And it's the ending. And it's like, God damn, this sucks. This is like the lamest fucking ending you could have come out with in regards to this.
Yeah, I gotcha.
Yeah, and it's such a shame because it's
Yeah,
good.
this thing is like high reviews.
Yeah, no, it's good. Just
I see that it's an AI-driven monster, which I mean, aren't they all technically? But okay.
yeah, you would
Um,
maybe it's got like a learning thing to it. Maybe
yeah,
that's
it
what
might
they
be
mean.
something like that. Finding tools, crafting items, and keeping the lights on. Okay.
Yeah.
World War One bunker.
And you're playing as the French, which is the real horror.
Oh my god.
That's actually all the memes are about.
I'm
It's like,
sure.
oh God, you're
Yeah,
playing as
that
the-
makes sense.
That's all the comments on Steam. But yeah, no.
I just love that it says that it's from the makers of Soma and Amnesia. It doesn't mention either of the other Amnesias.
Well, I mean, yeah.
That's interesting to me.
Well, I mean, technically, a Machine for Pigs was made by a different studio.
That is true, actually.
so
You're right. You're right
it wouldn't
about
be
that.
mentioned.
But I
in
thought
Soma,
fucking
they did
Rebirth.
Justine.
Well, I thought Rebirth was no. It was the same fucking people with Rebirth. They just don't want to.
Oh, it was?
They just don't want to talk about that game.
That's fair. And
Because-
Justine was like so tiny.
Yeah, and because they also fucking said fear flashes and fuck me. Why would you ever say that? It's not jump scares. It's fear flashes, dude.
That's different and so not annoying.
Yeah, it's better, obviously. Duh.
Yeah, it's not loot boxes. It's not gambling. It's surprise mechanics.
That's the one too. Yeah,
That's
exactly.
the one. Yeah,
That's the one. Fuck
Dude.
off.
dude. So we need to do System Shock. We need to finish System Shock.
Yes,
because
we do.
I want to play Fatal Frame,
Yeah.
or watch you play Fatal Frame.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Because my God. So now I have seen Mask of the Lunar Eclipse, I want to say like 14 fucking years ago. Long time ago. It was one that was released on the Wii in Japan and then never ported, and
that's
it's
right.
only recently been ported and translated.
Yeah.
I remember it being good. It was completely fine, and actually, one thing that was interesting is that you've played the games before, yeah?
I've seen them. I've never
Okay,
played one.
so you know the camera obscura and all that.
Yes.
You actually get sometime in some of the games you play as two different characters and you kind of like swap between them.
Right. Yes.
Like in Fatal Frame 2, there's a pair of twins,
Yeah.
and you play as both twins sometimes, or one of each of the twins. And in this one, there's actually a guy that you play as, and he doesn't get the camera obscura. He gets a flashlight.
Oh.
Yeah, and you like blast the flashlight at something. You like turn it on to like maximum power.
Like Alan Wake.
Not nearly as slow and annoying as Alan Wake. You don't have to like shine it at them and then do it like for like 5 minutes, and then you get to damage them. You just aim it at them, and then once they're close, you just boop, and then that's it.
Oh, okay.
It's like firing a bullet. It's the same way, you know, when you twist the lens of a flashlight and focus the beam.
Yeah.
Imagine it like that.
Okay.
And it's way more powerful, but it's more limited in ammo, I think it was.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
Yeah. So that was interesting. That was the first time. That's actually the first time you ever get to play as a guy in the entire franchise.
Weird.
Yeah. It's all the school girls.
Yeah, of course it is.
Yeah.
Gotta,
I mean,
you
honestly,
gotta.
because the thing is, it
Oh
works.
yeah, I see him. Okay.
Oh, okay.
Oh, this guy looks like he's fucking an older man.
Oh, really?
Yeah, like
Show me a picture.
Hold up.
You can put it in TableTalk. I don't care.
Yeah.
That's fucking bear with the sharks for arms, dude.
I
It's
just
fucking.
yeah. Give me the full size version in my browser. Sure, do that.
Well, you can just do a screenshot with light shot. That's easier.
Oh yeah,
That's what I do.
true. Yeah, well, it's
I've had to learn to do that to get example images to my Fiverr guy because
that's
sometimes
true.
I can't. Sometimes Fiverr just does not like images.
True. Yeah, I don't have my light shot writing right now.
Yeah, and he's something like 24 to 27, something like
He
that.
definitely looks older.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't remember his name or anything about him. I just remember him being the guy that gets the flashlight.
Right.
And I don't know anything at all about the new one, except that you can have slightly see-through clothes if you get wet.
No, boy.
Yeah, I was... Yeah,
We
not
did
a
it.
fan of that.
We did it, Japan. We did it. We were creepy again.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Make Japan pervy again.
They never stopped.
They never stopped. Kojima saw to that.
Surprise supplies. Surprise mechanic.
Yeah.
Can you do Yakuza on stream? Yeah, absolutely, at some point.
Oh my god.
For sure. I have all the games. Like, they've been things that I've acquired through Humble / my own purchases. Like, Yakuza's great.
And I've never played Yakuza, but I've seen all of Gintama, so I know what it's about.
Brother, yeah, exactly. And also, like, I played all of Zero myself, and that was really fun. The only thing that fucks with me is, God bless Japan.
Yeah.
But the only thing that fucked with me is that there's a secret boss in Zero, and I was on hard, or the hardest, and fuck me, I can't beat it. Makes me upset.
That sucks.
Yeah. It's bullshit. It is legitimately bullshit, like that fight. So
Is that the one is that the one that's on top of the building? Or no?
No.
Okay.
This is a secret just like guy in a fucking like a weird arena.
Okay. Because I watch a guy on YouTube called 47, just the number 4 and 7, and he does Twitch. Yeah, I was telling you about him earlier or before. The Twitch streamer Rage clips.
Oh, that's right. Yep.
And one of the clips was a guy raging at a boss in Yakuza, and he was fighting him like on top of what looked like a skyscraper or something.
Oh, that's like that could be any because you fight on the Nakatomi Plaza, like or whatever the fuck it is, all the time. Nakatomi Plaza's Die Hard. Never mind. What the fuck is there's a specific, like, building that is always, like, a thing in every Yakuza game? Hold on.
It's just the building where everybody fucking fights?
So in Zero, it's not even built yet, which is cool, because they have that continuity.
Yeah.
And then, later on, the Millennium Tower. That's the one. Yeah.
Yeah, I think he was fighting Kiryu or something up there.
Probably somebody, like, because I know that's a thing that you can, but yeah, it's it's usually a place where they'll throw off their shirts and have a big fight.
Yes.
So because Yakuza's great. I love Yakuza so much.
Yeah, no, dude, like I believe it because
it's so much fun.
Like I've seen clips. It's exactly like what Gintama is like.
Yeah. No, it's so
just
much
that
fun.
absolute ridiculous, like, batshit.
Yeah. The story itself tries to take itself real seriously, and, like, it's good at it. Don't get me wrong. But all the fights and stuff are still fucking hilarious, and, like, all the side stuff can be really fucking funny. So.
Yeah, and you've got fucking, like, Essence of Orbital Laser from one of them. I don't remember which one it was.
I'm sure. It doesn't surprise me. Fucking hell.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it was the newer one.
Fucking when you're in Zero and you see the like the people doing their styles, and then you just zoom in on Kiryu real quick and he says, "That's rad."
Yeah, dude.
It's so great.
I love the meme where it's like someone's punching somebody.
Yeah.
And then they cut to that. That's rad.
Yeah, exactly.
Like punching an innocent man on the street.
Yep.
That's rad.
That's rad.
Yeah, dude.
It's the best. It's really fun.
Yeah, I love the one where you can, like, fucking do a race car against a guy.
Oh,
yeah. Like a little, yeah.
Yeah, dude, it's the, oh, fuck, what's it called? Pocket Racers.
Yes,
yep,
that.
Yep. I did that all throughout in Zero, and it comes back in 1, and I didn't even realize. And it's the same guy who's running it and everything. They have continuity. It's fucking great.
Oh, yeah, no, dude. And, what was the other one? Fuck, there was another one that was really funny. Oh, answering the phone.
Yes. Moshi Moshi. After a dramatic fucking... taking the receiver off.
Yeah, dude.
It's
and
so
also
fun.
the one where you're, like, apologizing. You, like, jump 10 feet in the air, dude.
Yeah.
The cow tower, whatever it is.
Yeah. It's, oh, man. There's so much fun, like, side stuff in those.
I think if you ever had the time to watch it, I know you probably wouldn't. You would dig the shit out of Gintama.
I'm
It's
sure I
exactly
would.
the same thing.
Yeah, I'm sure I would. It's just one of those things of time, absolutely.
Yeah. Yeah, no. It's
Um,
God. Yakuza's super good. I've never even played it, and I know it's super good.
Oh,
And
yeah.
I also fucking love how badass Majima is when he fights
Yes.
with
Oh,
some of the
so cool.
styles.
So fucking cool.
I don't know which style it is. Maybe you know. The one where I saw it in a experts react.
Okay.
And they had like martial artists.
Yep.
I was reacting to Majima fighting. And instead of blocking like a roundhouse kick, he just takes his pistol and shoots him in the fucking leg. Like mid kick. It's like, dude.
Oh, I don't know which one that would be. But yeah, no, it's Majima's great. Yeah, everything
no, dude,
Majima
he's
does
fucking
is
great.
great. He's a fucking character, and I love him.
Yeah. He's
I fucking
he
love
is like the mascot almost.
Oh, no, Kiryu's definitely the mascot, but that's just because he's been there for so long, and he's
Yeah.
like the main character, most of the time. And then Majima's definitely like that second, absolutely, because fucking hell, he's so silly.
Yeah,
I
coming
love
out of the fucking sewers and shit.
Yeah, Majima is everywhere, dude. He's everywhere.
He is.
Yeah. You get to play as him in Zero, and you get to see his origin, and it's actually pretty like tragic. Actually,
I believe it.
oh, it's really good. Like
Yeah.
then you see him embrace that persona that he's always flaunting, and like
With
It's
the bat
just-
shit.
yeah, it's a persona. Like it's not him, and I'm like, damn.
Yeah,
That's great.
And the thing that's really interesting is I don't remember where the fuck it was, but there was like an interview with one of the game, like the writers or something.
Yeah.
And they were like, he was answering the question of like, when did this change actually happen? Why did he change from
Yeah.
like serious to this batshit guy? It's like,
Yeah.
when did that change actually happen? It's like literally right there.
Yep.
When he goes, Kiryu-chan, literally
Yep.
then.
Yep. Exactly.
It's
Yep.
fucking, it's so great.
And like you see the whole reason behind it like throughout that whole story, and it's like once he gets to that point, it's like, oh, I have to do this because it's the only way to like. And I'm like, oh yeah, oh dude, yes, let's
Yeah.
go.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Kiyama, excuse me, Nishikiyama
Ah.
is also good. Yeah, he's pretty cool.
Mhm.
Literally, like all the characters are like interesting, which is something you need to have if you're gonna have a big character action game like that.
Mm.
Fucking, like I said, I played Zero on hardest, and like it took me, like for the first boss fight, it took me so many tries because it's fucking hard on hard, dude. Like, and I loved it. I loved every minute of it. I got mad, of course, but like,
Oh, yeah.
man, it just
But
made
the
me
kind
feel
of mad where you just want to keep trying.
yes, and it made me feel so good when I beat it, and then I was like, because that's before you get like two of the styles, I think, and or have them be up very high, and I just had to I had to get good, you know?
Yeah.
And it was so satisfying because I was just like,
That was me
yeah.
and Remnant 2.
Oh yeah.
Did I tell
For
you
sure.
that story or no?
Where
I just had to. There's an item or a ring you can get called the Black Cat Ring,
Yeah.
and when you die, you're kept alive for at 1 HP.
Yeah.
And then it can't trigger again for 2 minutes. Basically, I was leaning on that to learn the boss, but I kept kind of dying in the same spots, and I'm like,
Right.
you know what? This ring is not helping me. I gotta take this off, and I just gotta force myself to get better, and that's what I did.
Yeah.
And then once I understood the vast majority of the attacks, I put it back on, and I was able to win.
Yeah, exactly. It's always satisfying. It feels really good.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. That was a fun game to beat on Apocalypse.
Hmm.
I'm glad I was able to do it. I didn't know
Hell
if I was going to be able to.
Okay. Let's get some more comments down. There's not many left. And then we'll be good for the evening, hey? Tachibana's death hit me hard in 0. Yeah, dude. Tachibana's great. Okay. So, Rico on 152 says, I'm not sure which is funnier. The dude who said that people who cheat at rolling dice should have their hands cut off whine about other people playing evil? Or him going from 0 to Godwin in like 5 seconds. Never change, guy. Never change.
0 to Godwin?
I'm not into. I think that's an Elden Ring reference. Let's find out. Godwin. So I assume it's just let's see. What was his whole thing? I don't know.
Yeah. I never played it.
I'm not entirely sure, but I assume it's just that turn.
Yeah.
Not. Oh. Wait, no. Maybe I don't know. Maybe it was the reference that he made of the bad man's. Suddenly, I'm not sure. Yeah. Been a great time, by the way. Thank you.
Yeah.
And then on session 57 of Devils and Dice.
Is that one recent? I don't remember.
The most recent one, yes.
Okay.
Normal 9253 says, damn. Yeah.
Okay.
Look up Godwin's Law. Oh, is that it?
Oh, Godwin's Law.
Okay.
Oh.
Let me find it. Godwin's Law. Thank you. Oh, yeah. Okay. It's a Batman thing. I see. It's because of the comparisons of people to the Batman.
Mm-hmm. Oh, the Batman.
Yes. Okay.
The one from the rap battle with Darth Vader.
That's right, yes. Exactly that. Yes.
Actually, you know what? Fucking I gotta say this. Yeah, I said this to Brogan. He doesn't agree, and I think he's a fucking moron for not agreeing. So, the Batman versus Darth Vader 3. Have you seen that one?
No, I've not watched like much of those.
Okay. Well,
not really my scene.
There is it's fucking bars.
I'm sure.
It's absolutely amazing. It's from Darth Vader. Mm-hmm. And the lyrics are, let me paint you a picture, son. Portrait of a bitch after World War I. You were stirring up the fears of the German people, telling the world that the Jews were evil. You wrote a little book, got them fired up. Had a beer hall push, got them fired up. But when your bunker started getting fired up, you put a gun in your mouth and fired up. And I'm like, yo! That's one of the best verses they've ever done.
That's pretty good.
And Brogan doesn't think so. I'm like, what the fuck?
Oh, man.
He's like, oh, they're repeating the same words. It's like, yeah, but they're changing the fucking context, and it's incredible.
That's kind of like how rap works.
Yeah.
You can do that. Like, that's a part of it.
Yeah, you can absolutely use the same fucking words as long as you change the context. Like, rhyming the word today and today still works. It just needs to be, you have to change the context.
Exactly. Like,
and goddamn, that's good.
Yeah, I could understand it if it was, like, lame. But no,
that's
lame.
Fire.
No, that's pretty good, yeah. Boo spitting fire, that's right.
Yeah, no, that was Darth Vader.
Yeah.
Not me.
But, yeah, no, you're right.
Yeah.
Okay. And then, Timothy, on 153, the 6th reading of Garibé's 10 DM bullet points. His demandments, if you will. Hello, bros.
Hello.
Hope everything is going well. Not much lore for me right now, plus if I make a short one, maybe that will help Alejo's voice when he reads all the backed up comments. Thank you. Also, I'm waiting on a little feedback on a few things from my last lore drop, like the name of my Tabaxi character, before I move forward with writing. Well, there you go. I'm really excited to see how you guys like it. Oh right, Garibé. I kind of forgot about him for a sec. I got nothing. I mean, I got tons, right? Insert long and smart review of the video ending with a super funny joke. And there you have it. I will be here all week. Have a nice day. Thank you. And yeah, I mean, what's there to say? when we do a Garibay episode, whatever it is, what's there to say that isn't always already said?
Yeah, there's not like, yeah.
And then on the final Shadow of Loathing,
Oh my god.
long live Boxcar the Turtle from
Yeah.
Timothy. That's right.
What a shame.
Long may he reign, but he's not as good as Skabopple, unfortunately.
Yeah, no, Skabopple's just broken.
Yes, sir. All right. Now for the final 3 Lux comments. All together. Here we go.
Oh boy.
Let me just do the read more on all of them, and I'll just go through.
Yeah.
Okay. Excuse me. 1. I've written a lot of words since last time, so we'd better just dive into it. Fair enough. With the last rival state subjugated as of Dawn Era 3029, Vaskar Dragato petitioned Jaren to bestow him the title King of Kings. This action was both legally and symbolically consequential. Previously, the defeated states had been formally subject to Valsirion, with Dragato simply foremost among them, while Skara and Vaskar exercised authority over them in Yaren's name. With this move, Vaskar's rank became higher than the other kings, with only the Holy Queen remaining his superior. Excuse me. Thus, Vaskar could now impose himself as the direct feudal overlord to the kings. By Yaren's edict, this was commanded and done. While most of the kingdoms were by now utterly complacent, the newly subjugated western states rankled, I assume. Rankled at this act. I've never seen that word, rankled?
Yeah, it's essentially like, ruffled.
Yeah, rebuked, all that kind of stuff. Okay.
Or like feathers were ruffled. It's that kind of thing.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting.
It was, they bristled and stuff like that.
Catching the wind of this unrest, Timuna journeyed to Argondus and advised Vaskar to exempt the western kings from the edict, allowing them to remain as direct subjects to Yaren for the time. After their nobles were won over and their state administrations made compliant, then Vaskar could make himself liege to their kings. But Sidrin Dragato, a brother of Skara who had become chief military advisor to Vaskar, spoke up in outrage. Timuna wishes only to delay our lord's plans. It is known to all that she desires greater glory in battle, and this is why she was dejected when Valruna and Galruna surrendered without contest. She would have you wait until these states take up arms against, so that she might return to the field. Let her be dismissed, and slay her for her insolence. Timuna replied, if the chief advisor desires my death, I resign my military post and will withdraw from public life. But the Western kingdoms will rebel if pressed in this manner, and I wished only to prevent unnecessary violence. Tearing her robe and surrendering her seal of command, Timuna returned again to Kadrol. Perhaps influenced by Timuna's warning, though likely already planning to do so, Vaskar placed Cedrin in general command of the army and sent him west to guard against rebels. He also ordered all of the kings to move to Argondus and rule under his supervision, constructing the Moon Palace as their compulsory place of residence. Vaskar's own residence was known as the Sun Palace, and Yaren's was the Star Palace. Passing near Alunda, Cedrin diverted from his course and besieged Kadrol. But Timuna, hearing of the army's approach in advance, had dismissed the staff and fled into the mountains of Varskalin. Cedrin therefore found only an empty castle, and he had to content himself with the plunder of what few valuables had not already been taken by the servants. Though the western kings were contained, the nobles soon began to rebel one after another. It is thought that a no-star mercenary captain named Kiran Atani had a hand in this, influencing the nobles from the shadows and secretly building a conspiracy among them. Her reason for this is unknown, but given her profession, simple profit could easily have been the motive. Whatever the case, after the first few uprisings, more and more broke out faster than Cedron could put them down. These rebels soon began working together, and in the year 3032, a vast and well-armed force met Cedron's own and routed him, beginning a war that historians have named the Western Uprising. Recalling Cedron to Argondus, a furious Vaskar first stripped him of his rank, for his failure, and then had him struck down for his callous attack on Tamuna. Some weeks passed before Tamuna could be found, in which time the rebels laid such a hold on the west that it was almost like their kingdoms had never been conquered. When Tamuna was at last located, Vaskar went to her in person and to plead for her return. She agreed, and Vaskar reinstated her as field marshal, also giving her the city of Maikot, where stood the Valsyrian Magisterial Academy, as a new fief. Taking command of the army, Tamuna restored order and led them again into battle. In summary, this war lasted 6 more years, with many gains and losses on both sides, and numerous tactical innovations made over its course. As in Scar's time, the rebels Tamuna faced proved more dangerous than the state armies that had come before them. In later centuries, legends would be told of the most skilled leaders and warriors who showed themselves among the rebels, portraying them as either heroes or anti-heroes depending on the political purpose behind those stories. Kirin was foremost among these, rising to prominence and with her strategic and political abilities. At the height of the war, there were some who thought she would establish the first no-star-ruled kingdom to ever exist in the world, and this hope drew a great many no-star soldiers to her cause. Tamuna is reported to have once compared Kiran to Skara, stating that the two were the only true heroes of their age. If she could not be overcome, Tamuna claimed to believe that Kiran could ultimately topple the Dragaton hegemony altogether and send the entire world back into chaos. However, Tamuna always maintained that her own abilities and the strength of the Dragaton forces were sufficient to overcome the rebels. How confident she truly was in either of these claims is hard to say. Oh, this just popped up in my head, but my favorite epic rap battle bars are Edgar Allan Poe. Fair enough. The stories most commonly told are those in which Kiran tripped Tamuna up and frustrated her plans. But the preponderance of tactical victories actually favored Dragato. This was due to the defensive stance Tamuna favored, which was owed to the healthy fear she had of the rebel generals and of their the special fervor with which the No-Star fought for Kiran. Tamuna's true strategy lay in the manipulation of internal politics among the rebels, whereby her agents secretly encouraged influential but unwise nobles to clamor for attack, thereby wasting rebel resources and manpower in the resulting assaults on Dragaton positions. Unfortunately, similar clamor happened naturally in Argondus, forcing Vaskar to dismiss Tamuna from command on more than one occasion and replace her with more bellicose? That's something I've never seen before. Ooh, that's a new word. I like that.
Yeah, that's not one I'm familiar with either, actually.
Bellicose, yeah. Demonstrating aggression and willingness to fight. That makes sense. Okay. In this context, I understand. With more bellicose officers. When these officers would invariably suffer disaster, Vaskar would again restore Tamuna, but these setbacks resulted in the loss of ground she had taken and prolonged the war significantly. Fortunately for Tamuna, Dragato had significantly more manpower to spare than did the rebels. Luck's teaching us new words, yay. I know, right? I will make you learn things. Thank you. As the war proceeded, the strategy had its intended effect. One by one, Kieran's best officers fell in battle or defected, and the common will to fight against Dragato slowly but surely dried up. In the war's 5th year, 3037, Tamuna judged that the rebels had declined sufficiently in strength, and so she swept into Bredonus with an army of her own best veterans. Kieran attempted to mount a defense personally, but poor morale and a shortage of skilled officers prevented her from executing her tactics effectively. With her army crumbling rapidly, Kieran withdrew into the western mountains and took up position in the fortress of Dagnar. Although Tamuna herself later defended Kieran's abilities, perhaps to make herself look better, the sudden loss of Bredonus was a devastating blow to her reputation at the time, and her influence declined severely. In the wake of her fall from grace, several competing factions arose to fill the power vacuum, and the rebellion was thrown into complete disorder. Tamuna capitalized on this with another rapid push, and the western kingdoms had soon fallen as well. 2. Take a drink. Kieran held out for a last stand at Dagnar, with her remaining no-star fighters who still fought as fiercely as ever. The first attempt to capture this fortress in the winter of 3037 ended in failure. Although Dragatoan cannons quickly breached the walls, the elite division sent in to assault the fortress was overcome by the defenders, who then sallied out and attacked the remaining siege force. At that point, the No-Star quickly gained the upper hand, and the Dragatoans were almost completely destroyed. Tamuna herself barely escaping, being pursued alone through the forest for several days by her own account. With enemies coming almost within reach of her several times, but before she could be captured, riders from a nearby garrison came up and drove off her pursuers. Oh, I'd have to drill down into a full story to show tactics, so this is all mostly on the political level. No, you're good. Don't worry about it. After this failure, the nobles in Argondis again clamored for Tamuna's dismissal, as there were many among them who wanted to claim the final victory for themselves. Vaskar delayed as long as possible, but was eventually compelled to issue the order of recall. Koldra Sarn was the noble chosen to take Tamuna's place, although Vaskar only gave her the rank of general. But when Koldra arrived to take command, Tamuna had her thrown out of the camp and detained in a nearby peasant's hut for her protection, stating that her dismissal would not be in effect until it was delivered by Vaskar's messenger. Meanwhile, soldiers and officers conspired to delay that messenger at every step along the journey, and the messenger therefore did not arrive until 6 months later. Fair. In that time, Tamuna organized a new army. In the summer of 3038, during a spell of dry weather, she moved against Dagnar again. Though the messenger caught up with her en route, she again rebuffed Koldra's attempt to take command, stating that a general on the march cannot receive orders from the palace. Koldra's protests failed to sway the officers, who continued to follow Tamuna's orders. I don't know why, it's just comical to me at this point for those little things.
Yeah.
Rather than ascend Mount Dagnar to attack the fortress directly again, the Dragatoans at this time surrounded the base of the mountain and set fire to the forest. Dry underbrush carried the fire to the top of the mountain, and the No-Star quickly found themselves in the midst of the inferno. In a desperate bid, Kieran rushed down the mountain with all of her soldiers, hoping to cut through the encirclement, but her charge was blunted by a hail of bullets and canister shot, and the Dragatoan spears held firm wherever she turned. Seeing no escape, Kieran offered to surrender herself on the condition that her soldiers would be spared. But Tamuna refused this, and the No-Star were again driven by gunfire back into the burning woods. At the end of her wit, Kieran attempted several more charges without success, but was eventually pulled down from her mount and garroted. All the remaining No-Star perished soon after. Fair enough. With that, Tamuna finally surrendered her seal of command to Coldra, allowing her the honor of leading the troops on their walk back to Argondis. In an act of spite, Coldra had Tamuna bound and shackled for this journey. Before any soldier could show hesitation in this, Tamuna told them to carry it out, and so it was done. That's right, bitch, you don't got the real power. On arriving to Argondis, Coldra tried to claim credit for the victory, but every soldier's word was against that claim. I'm sorry, it's just funny. When questioned, however, Tamuna said that it was true. Coldra then testified that Tamuna had not relinquished command as ordered, but Veskar then asked how it was possible for Coldra to have been in command in the final battle if this was so, and she had no answer to this. Tamuna was thus allowed to go free and restored to her military rank. Vaskar censored Coldra for false testimony and ordered her to throw herself from the highest parapet of the Sun Palace.
Pretty good.
That's right, bitch. That's called manipulation right there. Oh yeah, so yeah, you beat the battle. Oh, you won. Oh, but she was in command? She never gave you the title, but how did you do it then? How were you in command then if she never gave over command?
Yeah.
Shit. Looks at her in the courtroom, she gives a sly smile, you know.
Yeah.
Anyway. Tamuna spent the year collaborating with numerous officers and soldiers to produce an unusually candid and factual account of the war. Perhaps against her own interests, Tamuna did not shy away from portraying the brutality inherent in many of her own actions, nor did she indulge in any moral arguments regarding which side of the conflict had been in the right. While this book horrified many of its contemporary readers and contributed to Tamuna's role as a villain in the later stories and folklore, it has remained the most prominent primary source on the Western Uprising to this day. Fair. The one major inaccuracy it is known to contain is the representation that Tamuna ceded control of the army when ordered, and Coldra was responsible for the burning of Dagnar. Oh. It is unlikely that anyone ever truly believed that claim, but it was quite obvious that to all that Veskar was determined to protect Tamuna, and she maintained that version of events for the rest of her life. Vaskar refused the numerous calls for Tamuna's punishment that ranged from dismissal and imprisonment to death, stating always that she had broken no existing laws. That's right. There's nothing in the rule books about this, everybody.
Yeah, there's nothing in the rules that says she can't.
And that he would not repay loyalty with betrayal. Vaskar had been demonstrably willing to repay loyalty with betrayal on many occasions, but this statement blunted the charge of Tamuna's enemies and increased his own popularity with the army. It is likely that he saw the widespread contempt for her among the genteel southern nobility as advantageous to himself, and as this would have undermined any ambitions she may have had to usurp his own position. Tamuna's popularity with the soldiers would have made anyone else a severe political threat to Vaskar, but she seems to have positioned herself as the king's ideal pawn. The political consequences of the uprising and its outcome for the Dragatoan Empire will be among the subjects covered next. 3. Can't do war crimes without a Geneva Convention. That's right.
Indeed.
And to be fair, it's the Geneva Suggestion. I mean, come on.
Yeah, we all know this.
Anyway. 3. This is where I broke for a new episode, but I'm going to go ahead and put the next part in here to finish out this section of the lore. Fair enough. At its outset, the Western Uprising was considered a grave threat to Dragatoan hegemony, and the common opinion was that Vaskar had misstepped in provoking it. Confidence in Vaskar was damaged by this, especially in the immediate aftermath of Sedrin's catastrophic defeat. And the king was forced to grant a number of favors and concessions to various nobles to maintain stability. But as Tamuna began To get the military situation back in hand, Vaskar was able to reassert his political authority and prevent any rivals from displacing him.
Good for him.
Yeah,
Good for him.
yeah, that's right. Sorry, I bumped my mic and it fell over. My goodness.
Yeah.
As the Western forces at last gave way before the Dragatoan army, Vaskar destroyed the old nobility of the conquered kingdom's whole cloth, their rebellion having given him the pretext to do so. But rather than replace each lord with a new one, Vaskar took all their lands as a whole under his personal domain. Oh, you don't do that in Crusader Kings, dude. That's not a good idea. As this effectively destroyed those kingdoms, their now former rulers were ejected from the Moon Palace and demoted to make their own way as commoners. Ooh. Slowly, the confiscated lands were to be reapportioned to such individuals as rendered noteworthy service to Dragato. In other words, those who helped Vaskar advance his agenda. Tamuna, however, was granted a sizable portion of fertile ground in the Dragatoan homeland, where she could recruit and maintain a standing army ready to deploy against any further rebellions. Minor uprisings did continue to occur from time to time, for various reasons across the vast realm, now under Dragatoan authority, but never in such an outbreak as the Western Uprising. Tamuna was often found to be rather morose when marching against these rebels, commenting disdainfully on their mistakes in the field and postulating what Kiran would have done in their place. Can never go back. Sometimes Tamuna's own officers found it necessary to rebuke her for placing Kiran on too high a pedestal. Tamuna's response to these remonstrations was always to quietly move away from that topic, but she never really moved past that pattern of thinking. For Vaskar's part, he continued undercutting the power of nobles and centralizing the authority of government on himself. Only Tamuna came through relatively unscathed, at least gaining more than she lost. Whenever a noble would be moved to rebellion by Vaskar's reforms, Tamuna was awarded a large portion of their land after destroying them, with Vaskar confiscating the rest. She did lose the traditional rights in the governing of her lands, right along with the other nobles, but she had not been born to those rights, so they were not as dear to her. In particular, Vaskar degraded the right of nobles to raise their own armies, requiring instead a contribution of manpower to the Dragatoan state army under Tamuna's command. Oh. This again decreased Tamuna's personal authority over the soldiers, for she commanded them as field marshal under Vaskar's sanction, and not as their lord, but she thought better than to oppose this. In 3047 Dawn era, the Holy Queen Yaren of Valsirion came to the end of her life. Official records state that her death was the result of her hedonistic lifestyle catching up to her. This is entirely plausible, although the alternative theory that Vaskar caused her demise cannot be ruled out. Oh, the Chinese imperial model that this is influenced by is more bureaucratic than European feudalism. Blah. So that's why confiscating a bunch of land is something Vaskar could do. Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, I don't know that model, so, but good to know. Vaskar certainly took advantage of the situation. As soon as Yaren's death was announced, Dragatoan troops took up occupation of every walled city and fortress in Valsirion under the pretext of keeping peace during the transfer of the crown. When this was done, Vaskar declared that Dragato had become the true protector of Argondus, and the divine mandate had thus passed to him. This was effectively an annexation, which the Valsirian royal court ratified under force of arms. The other kings were again compelled to pledge fealty to Vaskar, this time as Holy King Vaskar of Dragato. Damn, he's doing good for himself. Shit. Some nobles balked at this and revolted with what forces they could muster. This uprising was significant enough to be called the Final Unification War, taking about 3 years to quell. Hey, I hope Tamuna liked it. Though it was always regarded as a one-sided affair that came to a predictable conclusion. Well, Tamuna is said to have complained of this quite frequently in the years after, often denouncing what she considered to be the pointless chaos created by these rebels whose ambitions did not match their abilities. Tamuna's my favorite. I know she's like a horrible war criminal, but like
Yeah, right?
she's great. The majority, however, saw by now which way the winds were blowing and accepted the changing times. When the last rebel was destroyed and government set back in order, Vaskar at last declared the Unity Proclamation, abolishing the kingdoms and making himself emperor of the Dragatoan Empire. This final move went almost completely unopposed, with the few who did object merely resigning from government in protest. By historical convention, the year 3050, Dawn Era, ended in its 4th month, whereupon begins year 1 of the Old Imperial Era. Vaskar lived and reigned another 40 years before dying naturally at the age of 95. Ooh. To be succeeded by his eldest son, the Crown Prince Vandar Dragato. Tamuna died 23 years after that at the age of 130. Shit! Having served 4 generations of Dragatoan monarchs from Sigraf to Vandar. With the southern lands now utterly pacified by that time, it would be the northern steppes, Long Dragato's primary base of power, that would turn into the greatest threat to its rule. How this threat was dealt with will be addressed soon. Wait. That's that.
Good shit.
Good shit, absolutely. Had a great time.
Getting all, 10, it seems, is quite a lot to swallow.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, it's good.
It's dense. It's got a lot of good shit.
It's very, honestly, it's very Tolkien in its density.
Ooh, there you go.
Where it's like, you're laying out hundreds of years of history,
Yes.
individual battles, individual monarchs and people and their their lives, what they were known for, and the people around them. It's
good stuff.
Yeah.
It is a lot of work, and I hope it doesn't drive you too crazy. But man, it's good stuff. So good job. I couldn't do it. I wouldn't have the patience.
I don't tend to do stuff like that with the entire kingdoms and their people and all their wars, but it's good.
No, it is worthwhile. You're welcome. Okay, we did it. Oh boy, we're caught up.
So is that it?
That is all of those. I will say thank you to hey, we have a Patreon and our flippers on it are the ones supporting us.
Yes, they give us money.
They do, and if you would like to
also,
you could if you want to. Link in the description, as well as it is easy to find us on Patreon. As well as you can go over to Ko-fi and do it there. Same exact things from Patreon to Ko-fi. So be a flipper on either, and you'll be a flipper for life.
Yeah,
that's right. You're forever a flipper. That's not true. If you stop giving money, I guess, but you're still a flipper in our hearts.
You're an honorary flipper with no benefits.
That's right. Yeah, there you go. So. Big thank you to our tier 4s, that being Draco Kraken, Mog Zero, Rick aka Unit Rico, and Slazer and Steely. All of you, big thanks. You've been supporting the shit for years. It's literally years. Literally years. Oh my god.
Literally years. It's crazy.
Jesus
it's weird.
Christ. And of course, a thank you to tier 2 that's Lux, aka Neon Armok. Appreciate you. You've also been supporting us for years. Appreciate that. Yep. And final thank you to our tier 1 contributor who's also been supporting us for years. Reporting?
Reporting.
You've been reporting us? No. But thank you as well. Big thank you to all of you. Join if you want. Otherwise, don't worry about it. Other than that, go over to TeePublic. Soon, once the spooky times come, there will be a brand new little logo thing. This is something that I've shown the boys a while back to know if they remember it.
I remember you showing it to me. I don't remember what it looks like. That's
right. Okay. So soon enough, we'll have the spooky logo available, and we'll put it up on TeePublic and everything. As well as you can go over to our website, which I have updated to the current stuff for the first time in a while. And you can go over and get our dice. There are 99 of them left. 99 sets. Go get them. They're right there.
Yeah. What was did we not give away anything for the bingo? Or
we haven't given away dice yet, but I'm thinking that next time that we do bingo, dice will be one of the things we do give away. So, yes. We just did TeePublic stuff.
Yeah. Oh, right.
Yes. Other than that, of course, you can go over to Humble Bundle. We are partnered with them, as according to this little logo thing. And the link in our description that you use will support us, as well as Tabletop Alliance, who is also linked in our description for their charity work, so you can find out more about them. And right now, nothing's really changed since last week, I don't think. Oh, there's the Halo graphic novels from Dark Horse. Neat.
Oh, neat.
And, you know, still those dungeon... Ow. Fuck. Those Dungeon Crawl classics books, as well as... Let's see. Is there anything else in the books that I have of note? Let's see. Oh, yeah. The Trail of Cthulhu books from Pellegrin Press. I actually bought that bundle.
Trail. What is the difference between Trail of Cthulhu and Fate of Cthulhu? I thought they were the same thing for a second there.
No. Fate is the
shit one.
Yeah, Fate is the you're going back in time and all that kind of
garbage. And you're not.
Trail
shit.
is the gumshoe system, if I remember correctly, with Cthulhu stuff. And I have been wanting to look into it and really like see what that's about, so I bought it.
And Trail of Gumshoe is all investigation.
Yes, exactly. So, if I recall correctly, and I will open my copy up here, my PDF. It is based off that, but I will make sure that I'm not fibbing. Yes, it is Call of Cthulhu to a different rule set in the Gumshoe engine.
Okay.
So there you go. It is pure investigation stuff. There's probably also some other stuff in there too, but I read a little bit about it, and it's you've got, you know, a lot of cool stuff in there. So I have all of those, and I would highly recommend it. It seems very cool.
If I wasn't already spending so much money on my campaign, I would.
Oh yeah,
that and the fact that I'm already basing it in the 7th edition rules.
Yeah. No, you're absolutely fair. Well, that's the best thing. I feel like even when you finally come out with that, it can still be put in whatever, you know.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
So, yeah. So, do that. There's all these other bundles. Go check them out and all that. See what you want, and anything you buy through that link will support us and Tabletop Alliance. Regardless of where you get it, either the store or the bundles or the choice, whatever it be. Which the choice right now that I'm going to check. Choice right now has Tiny Tina's Wonderlands. Which is that one. Yeah. Well, it's part of the choice, so I'm going to be getting it, I guess. And Deceive Inc. is the other one that's, like, up there. Forgotten City.
Oh, yeah.
Forgotten City is one that I super wanted, so I'm glad I'm going to be getting that. Yeah, Deceive Inc. is going to be neat. I've seen people play that, and it looks really fun.
I don't have it yet, but it's on my Steam wish list. So.
Yeah. And then Aces and Adventures, I don't know this. Patch Quest, don't know this. Four Tales, don't know this. Card-based narrative journey. Ooh. Who pressed mute on Uncle Marcus? I don't know what that is. Autonauts versus Pirate Bots. That sounds interesting.
Oh.
I know Autonauts. That's a different game. So, I don't know. But yeah, that's the choice right now. So you'd be able to choose 3 of those, I think, if you do the choice bundle at this point. If you're not a legacy member like me. So yeah. Go check those out. Yeah. Otherwise,
is that it?
yeah, that's it. So, thank you everybody for hanging out with us.
Yeah.
Hopefully it's not so laggy next time. I dropped 4% of our frames. God.
God.
To be fair, we weren't watching a video or anything, so it's not too bad.
Yeah.
But thank you again for all of the comments and everything.
Yes.
Hopefully we'll keep up in the future, but if we don't, then and it gets to this point again, we'll just do another one of these because this is, fun.
Yeah.
So thanks.
Yes.
And we'll see you next week.
Yep. And maybe, hopefully, we can have a session this week.
Yeah,
like
hopefully. I'll be good for it. So.
Yeah.
Uh,
Just have to see.
Good night. Don't let the mattress bugs sting. Oh, thanks.
God damn it. That's pretty good.
Thanks for the show, guys. Yeah. So yeah, we'll see you. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Get out of here.
My voice.